Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
Welcome back from lunch. It was a quick one for me. It was a little bit quick. Power is restored, as you can see. I mean, if I'm here, the power is on. It's working. It looks like everything's working, at least on my end. Hopefully, it does for you as well. Let's see. We have I think Lee. Lee, are you here somewhere? Lee. Can you say something in chat really quickly? I know you're here, Lee. I know you're here because you were first in chat. Unfortunately, oops, there we go. That was embarrassing. The being first in chat has its perks, and you might try to hide from it here. There you are. You're here. You tried to hide from it, but you can't for long. Lee was first in chat, which means that Lee is the proud owner of everything internet related. We're going to re-gift it to you today, right now. It is all yours. Congratulations. Good luck. At the same time, you've got to keep everything working without any more power outages, hopefully. Thank you very much, Lee, for being first in chat. There's a crowd of you here already. We did a pretty solid roll call this morning. But I know there are some of you that are just joining today or maybe joined late this morning that I missed. Mary Russell, I'm looking at you. There you go. Dodie Sweetie, Born a Hawkeye, Picky, Norma Go. Anyway, welcome. We're just getting ready to switch back to court as right now in court, we still are just looking at the wall, unfortunately. Nothing terribly exciting. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. The sound is on, so when that sound comes back, we will hear it, and we're not going to miss a second of the trial. Let's see. Yeah, a little update on lunch. We had the power cut off because we had to install in my garage conversion. We're trying to convert our garage into a 2-bedroom, like an Airbnb. And so we need to have a new power box because the power box we had in there is not up to code. And so part of that involved cutting the power so we could play with bare wires over lunch. And nobody got zapped. That's good news. Although my son was digging in the dirt around the garage, and he found, I think what's called a skink. It's like one of those lizards that's really sort of smooth, and they dig really fast in the dirt. I hope they're not deadly. He was pretty interested in it, but we found a skink. So it might be called something else. That's just what I'm calling it today. Let's see. Fire department's coming. Hopefully they're not coming to my house. Hearing sirens outside. Nope, they're going by. We're good. False alarm, we're all good. By the way, it'd be a good idea for Recovery Addict not to split the live streams during lunch. People look to others during lunch and sometimes don't return. That's all right, Born a Hawkeye. You guys deserve a break, though. And I feel like if I'm live, especially for my mods, the mods are working their tail ends off, and I feel like they need to have a break. And that's great. That's all right. We do come back a little bit earlier than the other channels that are airing the trial, and sometimes people find us that way. And that's all right. And if they have somewhere else to go, that's cool as well. We don't require them to be there. They'll just lose points on the test on the final. So, Katrina, welcome. Good to have you here. Wonderful. Let me get caught up here, see if there are any questions. I was panicked because when the power went off, all the presets on both of my switchers, both the one here on my desk and the one that's down that you can't see, that's a 4-port switcher, it lost everything. It lost the pictures. And so I was reloading everything in a panic as the intro reel was going. I was reloading things, trying to get everything up and going, and I hope I didn't make too much of a mess of it. So I think we're good there. Let's see. Mountain Mama says, Thal, I enjoyed hearing your voice and input earlier. That was great. Love it when Thal calls in. Let's see. We have a couple things. We had had some friends call on the burner phone, took a couple calls during the break as well. Some people that were just sharing some experiences that they're going through. Quite frankly, some of us in chat, some of you out there in chat are going through some hard times, who are sort of at a low point in life. And this trial and this community is a welcome relief for them. It's one of the reasons I'm so impressed with how polite you guys are to each other, because even though we're talking about things we may have disagreements on, behind the facade, behind all the chat, we've got real lives and some problems, and some people have health concerns, some people have lost loved ones and are just trying to deal on a day-to-day type thing. And I appreciate you guys just being civil and kind, and just being good to each other, because you never know, what's happening on the other side behind the comment you're interacting with. So thank you very much. My heart goes out to all those I've spoken with. I'm not going to share all the stories today. We might go into that a little bit later at another time. But you guys are amazing. Just know that. This community, you are amazing, and I appreciate you guys being here. Let's see, water. Sharon McDonald. Yes, I need water. I've been running. I will tell you, for lunch I had chicken, just chicken. Not like chicken salad, not like chicken sandwich, not like chicken pot pie. I just had chicken because yesterday I needed to get water, like bottled water. So I had to run to Sam's Club, and here it was. The store closes at 8 p.m. around me. And so I'm running to Sam's Club, and I happened to accidentally walk by the rotisserie chicken rack, which was full of chickens. And here it is, the end of the day, and there are these just amazing chickens I just pulled off. I'm not sure which new intern back there decided to cook chickens right at the end of the day, but the rack was full. And Thal's calling in right now. Give me just a second. The rack was full, and I had to purchase 3 of them.
Call from
Thal.
to accept.
Thal, I'm in the middle of my chicken story, man. You're going to cut me off before I can tell the rest of the chicken story?
No, tell the rest of the chicken story. I'll stay quiet. Right. That's fine.
All right. So I buy 3 rotisserie chickens, and my family devoured 2 of them for dinner, and we put the other one in the fridge. And cold chicken is like cold pizza. You can eat it anytime. And so I had some amazing rotisserie chicken cold out of the fridge as I was running out to work on the wiring and then coming here to work. So if I have a little bit of chicken on my fingers or in my mouth, or let me know if there's some in my little. I've sort of started growing the goatee today. I'm not sure if you can tell. Please be polite and say you can tell. But yeah, if I have chicken on my face, let me know. Thal, what's happening, my man?
Not much. Just thought I'd call in with something I've been trying for the last 2 months, and it's worked really good.
What's that?
So anybody that's out there trying to start a new habit or try to form healthier habits or lose weight or whatever, whatever your goal is, an amazing way to approach it that I found that is working really good for me is that my therapist finally got me to realize something after 2 years, which is the perfect is the enemy of the good.
Say that again.
Went, okay.
The perfect?
The perfect is the enemy of the good.
So if we're holding out for absolutely perfect.
Right. Or you're trying to achieve it, stop it.
Knock it off.
Yeah. When you take that, because that theoretical principle is exactly, that's what I said.
Yeah. The cackle there. Sorry.
That's a cat. The theoretical principle of it is very nice and happy to have in your brain. Doesn't mean much for application because I don't know how to apply that. So it's just kind of like, okay. You know what I mean? That's a great premise, but who cares? But when you couple that with...
Hang on one second.
Depart Loxie's cat bed. Destroyed her crate cover. What am I speaking of?
Bite me's sharing a pet update. Sorry, with a super chat. Keep going, Val.
Well, I like that.
Yep.
But when you couple that idea of the perfect is the enemy of the good, and you couple that with you should always set your goals to be just show up, it starts to make a whole lot of difference in your life. Because if you have a goal, let's say going to the gym, right?
Yeah.
We don't go to the gym for 30 minutes every day. We go to the gym every day. So literally you drive so get dressed, go to the gym, stop the car, turn it off, sit in front of the gym. You're done. That's it. That's it. For the first 2-3 months, that's it. That's all you have to do. Now, what's interesting is, this is very interesting. Humans are really weird creatures. half of us, or like now nearly 80% of us, after the third time of this, we'll get out of the car and we'll do something amazing. We'll go into the gym and work out. Now.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant. Sorry.
Yes. Now, the goal doesn't require that, but you're going to start doing it anyway.
Yeah.
And remember, the thing is, when you have a down day, just go in, turn off the car in front of the gym, go home.
Yeah.
Because that's all that's required. And after after 2 months, after like a month or two of this, you'll start going in every time. But here's the key.
Taking it easy.
There you go. You'll start going in without even thinking about it.
That's awesome. So basically set the more incremental goals, right? You don't have to achieve the perfection as your goal and always be failing. Set a goal that's achievable and is good enough, and it's just a little progress. I'm a big fan of that. I'm a huge fan of the principle that just a little bit of action, a little bit of motion can get you a long ways. For those that are religious, I believe that God loves effort, right? He can do more with us when we're moving than when we're sitting on our butts. That's basically what I'm thinking. But go on.
Well, and basically what you're doing is another way to phrase what you're doing in this whole thing is it's basically called a ritual setting. And humans are big on rituals. We are. We all have them. Mm-hmm. If you get up every morning and have a cup of coffee, that's a ritual. Mm-hmm. So it's basically what you're doing is you're putting the lowest level, and it's basically the whole premise is any progress, no matter how tiny a step forward, is better than none.
Yeah.
So if your dream is to write a book, you write a word, then stop. You know what I mean? That's how you start.
Yeah. That's cool. That is awesome. One step at a time. That's how we get through hard times as well as good, I guess. So appreciate that very much.
I thought that might be helpful for somebody. I thought that might be helpful for somebody out there. But anyway, get back to your thing. I'll let you go.
Thank you. Thanks, Saul, for the update. Appreciate it. Catch you later, man.
Squirrel moment over.
Squirrel moment over. All right. All right. We'll see you in a bit. Bye.
Bye.
Awesome. Appreciate it. I just got the message as well that the seat command is not working. So if everyone's seat is broken, that's not a good thing. Give me just 1 second to see if I can get that fixed. We'll go ahead and shut this down and open it again. I think what happened is when it rebooted, it logged into a different account on this computer and it didn't recognize commands like it should. Okay, see if you can take a seat now. Just one or two of you. Not everyone has to sit down at the same time, but one or two of you can give it a try. Let's see. All right. What does seat mean, Betsy? Betsy, that's just a command that's available to members, just as a way I can say thank you. There's everyone saying seat. Is it still not working? It's a command that basically says that I respond with an auto reply that says, welcome, please take your reserved seat. It just means that they've supported the channel by either being a member or winning a membership, and I just wanted to recognize for that and thank them for that. It doesn't actually change the view at all, although we like to say that it is better. Seat is still not working. Connections. I'm going to add a new connection to YouTube. Okay, there's our sound effects. Sorry, and the sound effects is low as well. I'll fix that too. That's better.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
We should. We've got just a moment here before court's going to begin. So bear with me here. We're going to get going here and get going with the judge. There it is. There's the connect. Boom. And refresh. Turn it on. Refresh. Okay, one more time. Let's see. Picky's done it. Let's see if that works. Bless you.
Bring the jury.
There we go. Okay, they're working. Well. Thanks for letting me know. I've figured out how to fix that and what causes it, and that always helps.
I'm not a cat.
So all the commands are working now. All right. As we get ready to begin here, sorry, we're just waiting for the judge to return. I think we've got just moments before that happens. As a matter of fact, let me take this feed here. There we go. Why is it a little grainy? How about this one? One looks a little sharper. Live. Make sure the resolution's all the way up there. 720. That's the highest they send it in. We'll have to accept that.
All rise. Court is now in session.
Okay, here we go. Okay.
Bring the jury.
All right. Now I'm finally ready. Okay, so where were we? Give me just a minute here. Let me catch up with chat. Every winter my houseplants die, says Red Finch. In the house they die? Be Kind says, people asking why your channel is called Recovery Addict. This is a great question. Be Kind, originally I created this channel because I love metal detecting. And I'm addicted to recovering at artifacts from the ground. And I thought, hey, this is a great name, Recovery Addict. And I chose it. And I did not even really, I mean, I thought it was sort of creative and sort of witty, you know, because it has sort of a dual meaning. But at the same time, I didn't understand the impact it would have in people who have dealt with addiction directly. And I have, and family members have, not the same as many people have. Mine wasn't with drugs. My addiction was with gaming. But it did just about cost me everything. Anyway, so I kept the name as Recovery Addict. Initially, when I started live streaming, I used the same channel, and it sort of took off during Daryl Brooks' time. And I asked people, I said, look, I feel bad. Well. You know, I've got this name. Everyone's saying you should change your name to be something that's, you know, like talks about crime and following the court cases and things like that. But I didn't, and everyone said, just keep the name. That's you. That's what it is. And I did. And so here we are. And now it's too late to change it. Bad name, says Born a Hawkeye. Bad name. Yes, it was a poor choice. Maybe had I done better and thought a little bit better, it would work. But you know, I was young and dumb. That was like years ago that I chose this name. Hit the thumbs up. There's the switch. I accidentally shut it off on you guys again. Sorry. Anyway, that's where we are. So I have mad support for all those who are dealing with and fighting addiction and in recovery themselves. Minsky, I think you're absolutely right. Just about everybody is in recovery from something, or knows somebody who is. So I love the support that we have on this channel for people who are in recovery, actively in recovery, and we celebrate that with them. So let's see. We're all good with the name. Love the channel, says Gus. Good. It's good. It's decided then. I won't change it. The Alliard says, hey, everyone, just watch the morning portion. Looks like I'm caught up just in time. You are. We're waiting for the judge to come into the courtroom, which he has not yet. And as soon as he does, we'll get the audio and see what happens there. That one off. This one on. Okay. Samantha Terry says, I disagree. You're helping people you never knew you would. Thank you, Samantha. Honestly, the people who come here that love it are the people who interact with you guys, and just say this community. And that's what the first thing I hear every time I get people say, I love it here. This community is awesome. And it is you guys that make it so amazing. So I owe you guys for that. Cakesboo says, clean for 18 months here. Congratulations, Cakesboo. That is awesome. Thank you so much for sharing that. We're with you one day at a time. That is awesome. Okay, we've got a few more. Addicted to buying arts and craft supplies. Does that count? I don't think you're trying to break that addiction, Jerry.
MCAT just sent a super sticker with 2.2.
Thank you, MCAT, as well. Great job with the internet. I believe it was you, MCAT, that did the internet. Was that yesterday? Man, all the days run together. Yeah, 18 months is incredible. 18 months is a big thing. One day is a big thing. When you're fighting addiction, one day is a big thing, and it's worth celebrating as well. Let's see here. Missed this morning. Were they still fighting? Debbie, it hasn't been as spicy as this morning. We did get a little bit of argument back and forth, but the discussion here, Pinball Nut, 10 years next month. That is awesome. Celebration in your honor in advance. Congratulations, Pinball Nut. Thank you so much. Let's see. Cass says, I'm not a big chatter. Just know anyone who shares a struggle has my prayers. Thank you. I appreciate the support you guys give to each other. It's wonderful. Definitely addicted to true crime. I am as well. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Marketplace addiction. Some of us are trying to have addictions where actually, I think there are good addictions and bad addictions. I really do think there are. And I guess part of that might have to be why we go to that addiction. So there are some that we're trying constantly to fight and not fall into or succumb to, and there are others that make us better people. And those addictions that make us better people are ones that help us focus outward instead of inward. Enough pontificating on from me, though. I appreciate you guys, all of you. You're amazing. Did daughter on the stand help or hurt Zach? Picky, I think it hurt Zach because of the other acts that came in right at the end, where she was questioned by the defense about this incident where she was interviewed and stopped and said, I have to talk to my mom before I can tell you anything. And then the resulting answer, the discussion, which the defense didn't know what the topic was. The discussion was about, or I think the defense knew what the topic was, but didn't go all the way into it. So I might be calling that wrong. The more I think about that, the defense said without revealing what it was, what happened. So that makes it more their fault. That's I misspoke this morning. When you think of what Nicole did in going right up to the line and painting the daughter and, by implication, the mom in a bad light, saying we were hiding evidence from the police. We were conspiring to say what we should tell them. That makes it bad. Okay, that makes it really bad. Cakes Boo just gifted a membership, goes to Scarlett O'Hara. Wonderful. Congratulations, Scarlett O'Hara, on the membership. And thank you so much, Cakes Boo. You are awesome. Anyway, so in that light, yes, the defense deserved every bit they got because they kicked the door open and then said, don't let the monster inside out. And that's not how it works in court. The defense was able to ask those the state was able to ask the follow-up questions and have her say, we were talking about this gun in California. And then at that point, defense asked some questions about the gun, trying to say this was something else. This was something completely different. And in that line of questioning, which the daughter was hesitant to respond. You could tell in her answers she was being very careful how to respond. In that, she ended up blurting out that she had been threatened by that weapon. It hadn't said who threatened her, but there was an implication. We knew that it was the dad's. He had it in California, that it was unregistered in California. We now know that it was in Wisconsin as well, and then that she was threatened by the weapon. It doesn't take a genius to put those things together and assume how that went down. But do you think the DA did it on purpose? I think they knew where it was going, and we're okay with that. I mean, they can say, "Oh, that was not our intent." Yeah, it wasn't our intent, but they loved every minute of that line of questioning. Unfortunately, Cass says, "Lost my respect for the defense when the daughter was on the stand." Yeah, someone in chat yesterday was saying any dad worth his salt would have turned to that defense lawyer and said, "Make it stop. Stop asking her questions. Just, I realize you're trying to defend and save my skin, but protect my daughter." My teenage daughter, and just stop. Anyway, it was hard to listen to. It was very hard, but just crazy. Wonder if the daughter knows even more than she's not sharing. Daniel, I said that the other day. I said she's seen things. You've got this. I realized I don't think they were married. I don't think Zach and Cindy were married. They were in a relationship, and they have 3 children together. So it's a long-term relationship to have 3 kids in it. And the daughter, as they separate, the daughter is played between them back and forth, almost as a pawn. And this happens all too often. And there's no doubt that she, when she's with dad, she's trying to, make it so dad's not mad. And when she's with mom, she's trying to make it so mom's not bad. And the kids think that it's their job to fix everything. And there's no doubt that she saw stuff and that maybe she hasn't talked about to anyone. I do think she probably needs some really good counseling and therapy to get through things. Judge just called the jury, so they'll begin the long 21 steps downstairs to the jury box, and we'll be underway here in just a minute. We're going to have the DA finish the questioning for this detective, the lead detective on this case. Miranda, the daughter right now is, I believe, 15. I think it was 15. Yeah, it was tough. It was really tough. I'm I'm glad it's over. I'm glad they didn't go further after she had, broken down. And honestly, for a teenager, breaking down on the stand, showing your emotions is something they don't want to do. They, especially in public and, in an uncontrolled situation where you're being forced to participate where you don't want to. That was probably crushing for her. I'm glad that both sides decided to stop when they finally did. Wish they'd done it sooner. But, yeah, child saw too much for sure. Okay, we are back underway. Judge is getting all his paperwork in order. Something this morning fell off. I'm not sure if it was a book or a stack of papers or something. It fell behind the detective. Did you see him jump? He looked over. Was like, part of him wanted to help and pick it up, but the other part is like, I'm being questioned on the stand. So I thought it would be funny if it was the judge's paperwork from his other work, like his civil suits that he handles.
Let's continue.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Thank you, Detective Cree. I just want to continue with just a couple of questions. So, back on May 19th, 2020, were you an individual who was sometimes assigned cases that had possibilities of being homicides in terms of the Kenosha Police Department?
Yes.
And can you indicate approximately how many detectives are involved in those kind of cases at the Kenosha Police Department back in May of 2020?
It all depends on the death investigation itself. Sure. So
I guess I mean in terms of being the major investigators of those cases. Does every detective in the Bureau get those kind of cases, or are there just a few who are the major investigators when those cases come in?
I would say it gets spread out. We currently have a different system in place, but back in 2020, it wasn't a definitive, like this person's going to get all the death investigations or possible homicides. So I can't say specifically that, I would get them all type thing.
Okay, so on May 19th, 2020, were you one of the detectives assigned to play a larger role in the investigation?
Yes.
And then did other detectives and other members of the Kenosha Police Department play different roles that were not as significant?
Yes.
And did at least one detective play a very large role that is fairly equivalent to your own?
I believe two.
Two, and who were they?
Detective Anschutz and Detective Mark Poffenberger.
Okay, and so is labor amongst you three detectives specifically divided in terms of the major tasks?
We try to divide it up. I guess to explain how in a major investigation would go is that within our system there has to be someone that's assigned the lead detective. So one of us would be given that title. In this particular incident, it was myself. But there are, in this case, there were, I would guesstimate, over the period of time, probably over a dozen detectives that were actually involved in it. Detective Anschutz and Poffenberger were fairly involved like myself, so we kind of divided tasks up amongst ourselves. So it's something that we do in general as a bureau to make other assignments to take some of that bulk of the investigation off of just one person.
Okay, and so again, very briefly, what were the varying roles of the three detectives who were specifically assigned in this case?
Detective Anschutz and Detective Poffenberger did a lot of the interviews with other people. I did assist in some of the interviews, especially that first night. I was in and out of interviews with Sadie, and then in and out of interview with Olivia. But during that time, because there was so much going on, I was also involved with writing the search warrant and briefings with our Detective Bureau administration as well as the District Attorney's Office.
And I believe you said within this case your at least formal role was lead detective, even though the labor was divided.
Yes.
Okay. And then, so again, without being lengthy about it, so the Detective Bureau has those roles, and then are there some patrol officers who also have roles in an investigation of this type? Very briefly.
Yes, so how a case would come in is the patrol officers would respond to a 911 call or a non-emergency call, and then based on their observations, they may contact their patrol supervision, and then that patrol supervisor would essentially contact the Detective Bureau supervisor and say, hey, this is what we have. We think we need the Detective Bureau to come out. They would also be involved with maintaining the scene, so the yellow tape that was portrayed in some of the images, they would remain on scene there as well. The evidence technicians are patrol officer positions as well. Yeah, and they would also assist maybe in other interviews that were, so in this case, the other residents that were maybe within that, the 8 residences within this building at Wood Creek, so they would have partook in some of those interviews as well.
So you were present, I assume, and heard testimony about how the original officers on the scene have a very specific role, and then follow-up officers and detectives then have different roles. Did you agree with that testimony that we have had previously about that?
Yes.
Okay. So on May 19th, 2020, about what time do you think you arrive at the address that we've talked so much about, Rosalio Gutierrez's address?
I would guess maybe around noon.
And when you get there, have there already been initial officers who did those early things that have been testified to previously?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know when you arrive that you will have a primary role, or is that only explained later in this case?
I know that I have a primary role as an investigator. However, as far as when we first respond to the scene, it's not immediately portrayed to us that, hey, Vinny, you're going to be the lead. Hey, you're going to do this, you're going to do this. It's kind of, we'll get there, we'll meet with the on-scene officers. Hey, what happened? What did you see? Things of that nature. And then the bureau supervisor will essentially assign us roles. Hey, you're going to be the lead. You guys are going to, do whatever. So that's kind of how it works out.
So you arrive, and in general, who do you arrive with?
I arrived about the same time as Detective Anschutz. I believe at the time Detective Wilson may have been there. And then, okay. Oh, go ahead. And Sergeant Bandy was also.
Okay. Very briefly, I don't want a detailed explanation. What was the condition of the scene when you arrived?
It was what we would consider secured. So essentially the officers had maintained that area so that no one could come and go outside of the residence.
Now, Detective, are you an individual who is now, when you arrive, going to make observations at the scene and allow those to educate what you do next in your investigation? Is that one of the things you're doing?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you arrive, what, if anything, can you say about whether it appears to be a violent scene and whether that focuses your investigation in any way?
I'm going to object to the term violent.
Go ahead.
So based on my initial observations of standing outside of the residence by the, would be the sliding door, in the images that you had seen, is there appeared to be a lot of blood based on the officers indicating that there was nobody located inside the residence. It became apparent that we were, initially looking for a missing person who was either deceased and or severely injured.
And so does that sort of scene indicate to you you're not only looking for the individual who would reside there, but you also are starting to think, okay, I'm going to be looking for suspects? Is that what that scene provides you in terms of information as a law enforcement officer?
Yes, it could be, yes.
Okay. So I'm talking about as you're walking through the scene. Are those the kind of things you begin to focus on?
Yes.
Okay. So at some point, do you get to focus on the hallway, the outer hallway?
Yes.
And do you make any observations that cause you to think about whether any suspects would be people known to a resident of that place as opposed to not known? Are there any, and again, I'm not saying you're an expert. I'm just saying, did you make observations that would then cause you to take certain steps?
Yes.
Okay, so what were they?
First was that the door was locked, so there would be no entry. Somebody couldn't come from the hallway into the apartment. There was no immediate signs of forced entry, meaning that somebody kicked the door open or somehow forced that door open. And then basically somebody would have had to been inside to lock the door and or have the key to lock that door from the outside. And then with the sliding patio door open, it indicated that the person or people may have left out of that door.
Is there anything else about, first of all, when you go into the hallway, do you see something that you think, based on your experience, is meaningful in the hallway?
Yeah, so right alongside the door, there was what appeared to be a reddish, a dry reddish substance, which was consistent with the appearance of blood that was on the wall, the door, and then to the right by the mailbox area.
Were you present at some point when that door was opened into the apartment from the hallway?
I was.
And did anything additional when that door was opened cause you to be focused on whether anyone who was causing damage to another individual would know or not know the person that they were involved in the hallway or by the hallway? Does that make sense?
Kind of.
Okay.
I'll try to answer it.
Kind of.
It appeared as though that had somebody knocked at that door, the person would have opened the door. So whether or not they knew him or not, I can't say that specifically. But definitely the person from inside had opened that door to the outside.
All right. So when you survey the interior scene, are there some rooms that appear to you to be unaffected by your observations in other places? So in other words, if you see blood or other things, are there some rooms that do not appear to be impacted as best you can tell?
Yeah, so the hallway that led to the bathroom and then the bedroom, which would be on the west side of the apartment area, there did not appear to be apparent blood or tracks or anything of that nature in those rooms.
So what were the rooms that appeared to be a place you should be focused?
The main living room, I guess it would be considered like a dining section area, and then the kitchen area.
And within some area of this, was there any area within the interior of that apartment where you observed there to be something that was at least a partial foot imprint?
Yes.
And ultimately, in the investigation of the Kenosha Police Department, was there a determination made about what was the likely source of that footprint?
I'm going to object as far as foundation as to where this footprint was. There were multiple footprints on scene.
Sounds like that would be the subject of cross, but you think it's too vague?
I think it's too vague.
Okay, so I'm talking about in the interior of the apartment. Did you see anything that would cause you to be, that was of interest in terms of being a footprint?
Yes, so almost in the centralized area, there was a large pooling of blood on the carpet, and within that carpet there appeared to be a foot impression.
And ultimately, in the investigation of the Kenosha Police Department that you were a coordinator of, was it determined who or what group would be the likely source of that footprint?
It was.
I'm going to object as far as speculation.
I don't.
He's asking him from a standpoint of a police investigation, and he says likely. So I think the jury probably understands this does not prove what his conclusion was or what his opinion was. So the objection is overruled.
Please go ahead and answer.
We were not able to determine who the likely source of that footprint was. Majority of the time, our initial officers on scene, when they get to something like that, if at all costs they're able to, we try to have them not walk through something, but we weren't able to determine if it was one of the officers there or if it was there prior to the officers.
Well, you did have officers say that they had that it had been wet and that they had walked through the scene. You did have officers
Correct.
say that. And was that the first group of officers who came in?
Yes.
So do you agree or disagree with the choice, based on the blood on this scene, for them to go through the residence quickly as opposed to worry about their footprint?
Yeah, they could have, yes.
Okay. And is that a decision you think is a poor decision by them?
Not necessarily, because their main focus at that time is to determine if there are injured people or other people in the residence.
All right. So officers admitted they walked in and made footprints, correct?
Object as far as hearsay.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
So, yes, the officers would have walked in to the residence. Yeah.
Okay.
Most
so,
don't explain anything.
Did you hear that in the testimony, I believe, of Officer Van Wee, that there was a flattened glove, like a latex type glove, that was near the threshold of the bathroom? Did you hear that in Van Wee's testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And do you, again, as an investigator, believe you know the origin of that glove, and if so, what is it?
So at the time, we had believed that it was possibly one of the initial officers that initially responded in there. Oftentimes they use their personal protective equipment when they go to respond to a scene like that, or when they enter a scene like that. So we believed that was one of the officers that maybe had taken the gloves off and or dropped out of their pocket at some point. My understanding, and speaking with Officer Van Wee, was that there were no immediate signs of blood on the gloves and nothing. It was kind of out of place where it was right in the middle of a doorway leading to the bathroom area. So, yes.
You saw pictures displayed, I think, a couple of times during this case so far, of a pizza box in the apartment of Rosalio Gutierrez, and it had some kind of receipt on the top of the box. Did you see that a couple of times come up as an exhibit?
Yes.
Do you recall that pizza box being at this location?
I do.
And what, if any, investigation are you aware of that was done regarding the pizza box?
So on the pizza box, there was a receipt on there. On the receipt was an address for Mr. Gutierrez, and as well as his name, and I believe a phone number was on there as well. There was also, I guess what I would describe as like a description of the pizza, as well as a price on there. There was no name of a pizza company, and the box did not have the name of a pizza company as well. I don't recall the officer that was specifically assigned to it, but there were efforts made to try to determine if there was a pizza delivered within the past couple of days, and it was determined we weren't able to determine if there was or wasn't at that time.
Are you sure it wasn't your own pizza box the officers brought to the crime scene?
I want to turn your attention to the time period of May 17th through the day you arrived at this residence on May 19th. How was the weather those 3 days, if it was the same, or if the weather changed dramatically? Please describe the weather May 17th from the evening hours through May 19th when you arrived on the scene.
So I believe when I did a check on through the National Weather Service, the Kenosha area had received approximately 4 to 5 inches of rain over the course of those would be 3 days.
Do you recall what the Milwaukee area had?
The Milwaukee area actually had more.
I
believe it was in the 6 to 7 inches of rain range.
Significance
of
the pizza box
essentially
is
a little more than 48 hours?
I believe I had checked from the 16th to the 19th, so...
Okay.
It shows when he was alive and had ordered something with the receipt. So it basically means he couldn't have died before ordering the pizza. in theory, unless the murderer ordered the pizza after the murder. And then,
overall, at the address for Rosalio Gutierrez, so 3709 15th Street, apartment B, how many officers do you believe were involved in some investigative capacity? So from the first officers who arrive on scene, to officers who speak to neighbors, to officers who collect evidence, to detectives, to management, what is your best estimate on how many officers played some role at that location in trying to determine what they had, why there was this blood, etc.?
You're saying specifically on the 19th from
yes,
the KPD?
I'm talking about at that time period at KPD, correct?
So I would say initially there were probably maybe about a dozen. However, I did leave the scene when Officer Van Wee and Officer Widener were there. So I wasn't there for the remainder of the evening, so I don't know how many there. But I would say up to the point when I was there, till I'm guesstimating here at about 3:30, I left that area. I would say about a dozen or more.
So minimum of a dozen Kenosha Police Department assigned officers are involved even before you leave?
Yeah, I'm making a guesstimate, yes.
Okay. So at the scene, do you have an opportunity to speak to Sadie Beecham? Briefly.
Briefly, I did, yes.
At the scene, do you have an opportunity to speak to Michael Campbell? Briefly.
Yes.
And based on speaking to both Michael Campbell and Sadie Beecham, are you involved? Does that focus your early investigation? In other words, does that give you some information that you are going to pursue to try to figure out why there is a scene with, do you perceive there being a significant amount of blood in many areas of the home?
I do.
Okay. So are you now going to figure out some information regarding what Sadie Beecham and what Michael Campbell have told you at that stage?
Yes.
Okay. And and are you, what, if anything, can you say about whether you are also then assisted by the idea that a neighbor indicates she heard something happening in the evening hours of the 17th?
So the information from the neighbor I didn't receive until later because an officer had spoken to them. So I didn't receive that until later.
Okay, so that day you did not know that?
I don't believe I knew that specifically that day.
So at this point, are you beginning to try to preliminarily speak to people who might have information?
Yes.
And so do you interview some people during the some of the hours of that day on the 19th?
Yeah, so with the initial caller when we responded, Ms. Beecham was present and remained present, and Detective Anschutz spoke primarily with her. There were times where I responded over by him and as well, and he and I actually also communicated amongst each other about things. And then part of the investigation would be, hey, how do you know this person? Do you know of anyone that may want to harm this person? Do you know where they may be? Things of that nature. So it wouldn't necessarily, it would primarily be the caller themselves, but then also associates of the person who resided there, in this case, Mr. Gutierrez. So the same questions when I had my encounter with Mr. Campbell, I had asked him, how he knew him and things of that nature, and do you know of anything anyone that would want to harm him, or any problems that he was having with people, etc. So that would be how we would develop some potential information, if possible.
Am I correct that both of those early sources of information were pointing to the same individual, at least as a focus of your early investigation?
Yes.
Okay. So, having just heard someone provide suspicions, though, you would still need to do more. You would still need to gather more information, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so, did you do that during some then of the afternoon hours after you left the immediate scene at the apartment?
Yeah, so after we left the apartment, Detective Anschutz, myself, as well as other detectives, we all responded back to the police department where we had a briefing with now at the time would have been second shift officers that were coming in, as well as the district attorney's office and our administration to kind of brief on what we've seen, what we knew, and where we were going to go forward with that. We were also at that time waiting for Ms. Beecham and the daughter to come back to the Kenosha Police Department.
Prior to leaving the scene or prior to doing those other matters, did someone at the Kenosha Police Department observe the dumpsters or dumpster at Wood Creek Apartments?
Yes.
And in general, what did they find?
Objection. Calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
What, if anything,
the girl.
happened
Point
after
address. We'll
Kenosha Police Department officers looked and observed the dumpsters?
So I actually observed the immediate dumpster closest in proximity to Mr. Gutierrez's address, and the dumpster was fairly empty. There were some items that were in that dumpster. Some of the items that were in there at the time that I had looked, because of the law enforcement presence that was there, naturally people want to kind of come out and see what they can see. So there were a couple of people that actually came out and actually dumped some stuff and then, hey, what's going on, type conversations. But I ended up making phone contact with the dumpster company to find out when those dumpsters were last emptied, and was advised that it had been at I believe it was approximately 10:30 in the morning on that day of the 19th. Based on my observations of the dumpster itself, there wasn't any immediate signs of a lot of blood. Like I said, there wasn't a lot of items in there at all. I would guesstimate maybe 3, 4, maybe 5 or 6 bags of items. But again, some of that was people kind of coming out and putting stuff in the trash to see what was going on.
And based on your look, did you see anything of evidentiary value in that dumpster?
I did not.
Okay, so you knew at that point that it had been picked up recently, correct?
Correct.
Recent to the 19th. Yeah.
To the 19th, yes.
And so, what, if any, steps were taken next by the Kenosha Police Department that you're aware of in your role as a lead investigator in this case?
So, in speaking to the company, I don't recall the name of the dumpster company offhand currently. But I was advised that they used the Zion landfill in Zion, Illinois. So Detective Cypress and Detective Kukowski had responded immediately to the landfill site where they met with, I would guess, management there or someone from the dump site there. And then based on what we were told was that there had been a number of, I guess, dumpings from the garbage trucks since that time period. It wasn't as if this was the only dump truck that had went and dumped. And they were familiar with the area, but they wouldn't have been able to say specifically these items were the ones that were dumped by this truck because of the amount of garbage that was there. We had asked them to stop dumping on that site until we got further information. I had known through a previous investigation involving another landfill site that they're very regulated as to their dump sites and the process at which they do it. They're very regulated. So we were kind of interrupting their business by having them hold it, but they agreed to hold it until the following day.
Ultimately, did you release that dump site?
We did.
And describe briefly for the jury why that decision was made.
Time to hydrate.
So during the course of that evening, we had done, I guess collectively, the police department had done interviews with Ms. Beecham as well as with the daughter. And based on those interviews, and in speaking with the district attorney's office, I had prepared a search warrant for the defendant's address up in the Mequon area. And based on officers' response later on in the evening hours, which went into the early morning hours, we had believed that there was a high probability that evidence would be located at that residence, at which point we did not have the capacity to continue to do 2 major site investigations at once. And again, based on the landfill, we were holding up their operations, I guess.
Based on what you, do you remember approximately when that decision was made?
I don't. I would guesstimate that it would have been in probably around the early morning hours before noon.
Of the day after, so on the 20th?
Yeah, on the 20th,
okay.
Yes.
So in the meantime, had the defendant's van been looked at?
Yeah, so overnight, when officers responded to Mequon, the van had been looked at.
In the meantime, had the defendant been interviewed?
Yes, the defendant was not. I guess it was kind of simultaneous with the search warrant going on. Is that what or you mean afterwards?
You had gained you had gained information from the defendant.
Yes.
Okay, before you made that decision.
Yes.
You had seen and looked in the van.
Yes.
Okay. And you've heard testimony about the condition of the van. Officers knew about the condition of the van?
Correct.
Okay. And you had witnesses who had described circumstances to you, correct?
Yes.
And then at that point, you either had to search a dump site locally, or you had to make a decision that that a van had likely been involved in transport. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry about that. I should have given you guys a little bit of warning about the water ASMR. But,
ultimately, you've indicated that
we want to talk about this a little bit when we're going to pause.
search warrant was conducted at the Mequon residence, so I think that's been previously testified to as 6813 West Highland Road. Is that right?
Yes.
And did the original search warrant on that occur on May 19th?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And if you know, how many officers were involved in that initial search? Only if you know.
I do not know because there were a number of officers from our agency as well as the Mequon Police Department.
And then were additional searches done the next day on the 20th of May at the defendant's residence?
Yes, so the initial search warrant that we conducted was for evidence related to possible stalking. So we were looking a lot for GPS trackers, electronic device, things that would be kind of related to the information that Ms. Beecham had provided to us. Once the officers executed that search warrant, they had determined that there was a van that was found at the residence, and then within that van, they discovered that there were apparent bleach spots, that the vehicle had smelled like bleach, there was carpet ripped out, and from what they observed, possible apparent blood droplets. So that was the initial warrant that night. Once we were able to reconvene the next morning, because of the possibility of the connection between the missing person case that we initially investigated and the possibility of the van then being involved, we wrote a secondary search warrant under that case.
So did Kenosha police officers then go back on the 20th again?
We did.
And are you aware of how many officers were involved in that particular exploration in Mequon?
I would say maybe around a dozen again. Again, there were officers from, at that time there were officers from the Kenosha Police Department, Mequon Police Department, I believe, the Ozaki County Sheriff's Office, and then from the, I believe, Madison Police Department, or Dane County, Madison or Dane County.
So you had multiple agencies?
Yes.
Okay, and this is on the 20th?
Yes.
All right. And what, other than the fact that several agencies were there, so again, all told, how many officers, were you there? Apologize.
I was there, yes.
Change the question right in the middle.
Compound question.
What would be your estimate on how many officers were involved in some way in the search on the 20th?
Maybe 15.
And other than just manpower, were there other resources being used, mechanical or any other type of resource?
Yeah, so the Ozaki County Sheriff's Department provided a drone, which they were able to kind of fly over the area. The property itself is roughly around 4 acres, I believe, and then it's surrounded by, I believe there's a residence to the west. There's a lot of, I guess I would consider it a marsh area to the south, and then there's also like a marsh or high tall grass to the east of the residence. So we used the drone to kind of do a full overview of the place. A cadaver dog was brought at the time as well. At some point there we contacted Agent Hamrow from the Wisconsin Division of Criminal Investigations regarding his arson expertise. And then the fire department had to come because the fire pit that was still smoldering, so the fire department as well.
The fire department
Was it still raining on the 20th when you arrived for that search warrant?
It did not.
Okay. And had it been raining on the 19th?
I don't recall if it was raining in Mequon on the 19th. I wasn't up there, so I can't say for certain.
What about, was it raining at the scene in Kenosha when you arrived at the scene, if you recall?
Yes, it was raining, but it wasn't a hard rain.
Had it been harder in the days previous?
Yes.
Okay, and you know that from working in Kenosha?
Yes.
Okay. So at that Highland Road Mequon address, did you see a picture that was shown, I think, to Detective Anschutz that had garbage bags alongside a barn-like structure? Did you see that picture?
Yes.
And when that picture was put up, did you know information regarding what were the contents of those bags? Basically?
Yes.
Okay. What was in there?
So I recall actually looking at the bags, and there was a large amount of potting soil inside of them.
And so you've heard testimony there was a marijuana grow at the residence, right?
Yes.
When you were inside the place, the marijuana plants were no longer growing, correct?
No, there were no plants.
Okay. You're aware?
Judge, I guess I'm going to object to where the line of questioning is going, unless the state's offering to use Detective Correa as, I guess, an intent expert or some sort of expert based on his experience in that field. And if that's so, then I would ask that some foundation be laid.
I'm not asking for intent of anything, Judge. My argument is that to grow 72 marijuana plants, you need a lot of soil, and do these bags constitute a lot of soil?
That's an argument, and whether this witness has any knowledge of that then is foundationary.
I don't think his ability, the foundational ability for him to answer has been established.
Did you see a lot of bags of soil?
Yes.
And were those bags of soil what the contents were of the bags that were along the barn shown in Defense Exhibit 76?
I'm sorry, yes.
Oh, maybe it is. That's the house?
Barn.
I guess I'll show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 76.
It's Defense Exhibit 76.
What did I say, State?
Defense.
Defense Exhibit 76. Do you recall that exhibit being shown?
Yes.
You see bags in that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know from your time at the residence what the structure is that's behind it? I assumed it was a barn, but is it a house?
No, that's a barn that is to the in the backyard area, and then it would be to the west.
Are those the bags you've just testified were soil?
Yes.
Hey, Todd, welcome. Good to have you here.
Did the drone reveal anything that caused you to have to investigate further?
No, No.
Okay. Did the cadaver dogs hit on anything?
Objection.
Well, can I finish the question?
No,
No.
because then it's argumentative, and we've had a prior ruling on this issue.
We have. The objection is sustained.
To the entire topic, Judge?
Well,
because
I'd still
it's
like
about
to
what he
go
does,
there.
So I'm just trying to figure out how to.
We're going to take about a 10-minute break. Please don't talk about the case during the break.
Get a quick break here. This is one of the few times when we've heard objection and the judge say sustained without any back and forth. This is how it should be all the time. And the DA doesn't know what to do. He's not sure, because there hasn't been discussion, he's not sure how much was sustained. Is it the form of the question? Was it no foundation? Is it you can't go there? So we're probably going to hear that now once the jury gets out and gets to leave the room, and then we'll sort of feel out. The DA is going to feel out exactly how close he can get here, because he wants to introduce every bit of evidence, and every time he gets stymied in one of these attempts. He's like, but I need that evidence, because how will I get to the next point if I don't have this? So it's going to be funny to see how he responds to this, especially if it's a very broad sustainment of an objection as far as like the topic goes. Let's see. She always guesses she's going to object. Debbie, I think I saw the rec you sent me the link to on the burner phone. Thank you. I like watching those. Of course, I don't like it when people get hurt, but it happens. I'm trying to look here. I don't believe is Wisconsin a death penalty state? I don't think they are. That's so there's the most he could face is life in prison without parole, I believe, on this one with his charges. He's got multiple charges, of course, on this case. Both the let's see, he's charged with first-degree intentional homicide, a Class A felony that carries a sentence of life in prison if convicted. He's also charged with hiding a corpse and stalking. I don't know what the penalties are for hiding a corpse and stalking. The stalking one, I think he's already got that one coming to him, but we'll see. So what did they find with the drone? A fire pit, possibly. My phone's ringing in here. I thought I had that turned off. Okay. This guy's answering something showed or said by another witness. He's done a lot of that, but at this point in the trial, a lot of this evidence has been testified to in court by someone else, and this is the lead detective as well. So there's, he's reviewed a lot of the material that all the other investigators have found. So to some extent, he can comment on what he's observed in the pictures and things like that. At the same time, the judge has also said, sustained on the hearsay on a couple things. The fire pit was smoldering. The fire pit was pretty much always smoldering at this house. He had regular bonfires. Don't think he regularly burned clothes, though. There's no indicator of that. But this judge is fairly old. I believe he's nearing the end of his career, but I think he still has his faculties about him to preside. I don't think he's going to. This isn't like an appealable case because the judge is not with it type thing. I think he's doing a good job. From the UK, don't know much about this case. Crystalex Evans, am I saying that right? Welcome, good to have you here. This is a very interesting case. It's spicy. It has a lot of lawyer arguments back and forth. I was hoping we would hear the argument that's going on. I'm assuming there is one in the courtroom, but we'll see. Now the jury is listening intently. They always listen when there's objections. Carol Conley, congratulations on getting the last pink mug. When it arrives, be sure to take a picture and post your mug shot in the Discord. Carol, did you get the last pink mug? Or is that one of Matthew's mugs? I think Matthew has some mugs as well that are fantastic. So can't wait to see those as well. Born a Hawkeye says, if you were on trial for a crime that you did not commit, would you desire for other acts to be introduced in your trial that have nothing to do with the charges for the crime? No. And Born a Hawkeye, I did not desire to have all the financial evidence introduced in Alex Murdaugh's trial. Other acts almost always results in a conviction. It does, I believe it influences the jury in a strong way. So I don't. I do believe that there are some cases where you can't just look in a very, with blinders on at a very narrow set of facts and just ignore all the other related facts that were related, whether it was motive or things like that. Sometimes you need some of these other acts to sort of round out the full picture of the event. But going through somebody's history and digging through their closet and finding every traffic ticket or misdemeanor charge, you name it. No, that should not happen. Other acts, I think, should be excluded for a reason. Nikita says, I found you yesterday. Really enjoying your commentary. Thank you very much, Nikita. Glad to have you here. Appreciate it. Anything found in the fire pit? Kevin, yes, the fire pit, we have a couple items that were of interest. We have the steel toes from some steel-toed work boots. We have Fruit of the Loom underwear band, like partial elastic underwear band from a pair of briefs underwear. We have some rivets from like Levi's type pants. Is there anything else? Oh yes, a sock, Hanes sock. So we have 4 items. It basically gives the impression that a full outfit from shirt to shoes was burned in the fire pit. I don't think he burned the body as well. I don't think they're saying that. I think he burned his bloody clothes. I'm wondering now if there's a bog body. Yeah. Or several bags somewhere. You realize this defendant apparently, and we'll probably hear more of this when the inmate, is it Michelson? I can't remember his name. When the inmate comes back up, when they recall the jailmate on the defense testimony, he testified that that Zachariah had told him that to pull off a murder like this, you have to do a lot of planning, you have to do a lot of study, you have to learn their habits and learn the timings and the schedules and things. It could very well be that he knew exactly what the timing was of the garbage pickup, to know where and when to put the garbage so that it would be dumped and it would be gone as quick as possible. Because it was dumped just that morning or just right after the murder. Basically, the garbage disappears. There's almost no new garbage in the dumpster when the police show up. The pit itself's not bad. It's all the other stuff with it, plus metal buttons, underwear band found burned clothes with evidence on it. I don't think we got any evidence as far as DNA, Sherry. I haven't heard anything about DNA off that. But it does look suspicious. Yes, great point, Born a Hawkeye. Appreciate that. Wisconsin tried to establish the death penalty prior to Stephen Avery case in 2007. It was shot down. Yeah, I think there's actually some history. We were looking at this during the Darrell Brooks trial. Yeah, there was like the last time they executed someone was a long time ago. It was a public execution, and it went horribly. Like the guy took a long time to die. They thought it would be quick. Everyone was appalled, and then immediately after, they're like, "Okay, no more death penalty. We won't do that again. Sorry, everybody, for the spectacle, for the nightmares. It's done." And that was the last time they had the death penalty, if I remember correctly. Do you feel the financial crimes were important in the Murdaugh trial, Amy? I feel the financial crimes are important in the Murdaugh life, but in the Murdaugh trial for murder, beyond just the basics, I think we could have had everything we needed to know about Alex Murdaugh's financial crimes in one day. Okay, there's nothing that took 2 weeks that we needed to know, and we heard that from the jury themselves. It wasn't the financial crimes that made them say, "Yep, he's the one." I think we needed enough to know that there's a good chance this could have gone to motive, and sort of round out the state's case, even though they didn't need to prove motive. I think we needed a piece, but not the whole pie. Chartreuse Seeker says, recovery addicts. I can't even guess at your last name. Intelligent. or in Cali agent. Recovery, thank you for providing a welcome and safe place. You're appreciated. I began watching yesterday. The fireworks were insane. I need to catch up still. Thank you, mods, for your time. Truth Seeker, I would recommend, Brandy Churchwell's YouTube page. Brandy was a special guest on the program here a little bit. Brandy made what was called the Churchwell chart, which went viral on social media, on Twitter, things like that, during the Alex Murdaugh trial. It was a timeline that really just put things together in a common sense way that all of us could follow. She made that, and she's got a YouTube channel as well where she's watching this trial and commenting on it. If you follow her on Twitter, she's sharing information on that there too. But she's making sort of summary videos where she catches us up on what's happened. So we've got one video that takes us through like the first 4 days, and another video that takes us through the 9th and the 10th. And she just dropped a video here in the last 24 hours that covers the daughter's testimony and the important bits from that. They're short videos, so they're like half an hour or less. And just put together really well with key parts that you can draw it out. If you're lost in this trial and just be like, I don't understand who the players are, I don't know what we're talking about, I'd recommend going over to her channel, subscribing, because she deserves it. She's doing a great job over there, and watching a couple of those videos to get up to speed. In no time you'll be like, okay, now I know where we're at. That makes sense now. So that may help you a little bit. But yes, crazy fireworks yesterday, and I don't think we're done. I think there will be more. Carol says, I bought your last pink mug. Okay, I need to fix that. I think I can click a button and make more pink mugs. Let no dead horse go unbeaten. Sorry, the sound effects were off here. I'll turn it up. It's a little bit. We're waiting for the feed to come back from the courtroom. Looks like this right now. So we're not missing anything. Let's see. Yesterday was a dramatic Perry Mason moment. Big mistake to have a 14-year-old testify for so long on the stand. Gail, yeah, as we watched that, if you watched with me, it sort of was confusing. You could tell that the daughter was holding back a little bit in the answers and being very hesitant and cagey about how she was answering things. Now that you know how it ends up, now that you know where we end up and what she finally just blurted out and what she was trying to protect and thought that she couldn't say, right? Now that you know that, go back and watch that video again, and it changes everything. It changes everything to understand what she's thinking as she's getting to that point, and what's going on in her head as she's been asked these questions. Crazy. John Goldbergstein says, how was everyone doing today? Still a battle for me, recovery addict. Welcome, John. We're with you, man. If we can help in any way, please let us know. Appreciate you sharing that with us. One day at a time. How many witnesses? That cackle was not placed at the right time, John. I apologize. Sherry says, how many witnesses does the defense have? We don't know exactly how many witnesses, but they've said, it may be bluff, but they've said that they need like 2.5, 3 days. They thought they were going to be picking up their case basically right now. Some of the antics of yesterday have delayed that, so now it's probably going to be the end of the day today when the state rests and defense takes over tomorrow. At some point. And so we're looking...
Kick back, taking it easy.
We're looking at Friday, Monday, and possibly into Tuesday before they rest, if they stick with it. As far as the actual witnesses we know about for sure, we know that we're going to have the 2 inmates, the one that we've heard from already, he's going to be recalled, and then another inmate from another facility. They're like ready. So as soon as court begins type thing, we're going to be going there.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
I'm talking about things that are relevant. They're also going to have, we know that there are a couple other people on the witness list. Sadie's on the witness list. I'm not sure if they're going to recall her. But the defense attorney himself, the white-haired senior, the lead defense attorney is on the witness list. We know the court clerk is now on the witness list because of something that happened. So I don't know if that's going to come up in the defense's argument or not. But that gives us 4. Not sure who else they're going to do. I do think it's going to be quick. There's not going to be a lot of argument from the defense. Basically, they're going to say in their closing, this wasn't proven. There's no facts that tie him to to this. There's a whole bunch of circumstantial evidence that somebody else could have done, and they're just going to try to introduce some reasonable doubt there. Let's see. Saw the other day the actual pics with the names that Alex stole from. It puts on another level. Yeah, there were a ton of names, and those crimes they will be prosecuted. Those that are still have not been settled yet, and he's going to face that. I mean, that's going to happen here soon, probably before his appeal gets heard. Let's see. No rug found, no weapon found, and only a pin drop of blood in the van that was found in Anderson's vehicle. Of blood in van was found in Anderson's vehicle. There's not a lot of physical evidence to tie him to the crime. State should have never called the daughter to the stand. She didn't do that much for the case, in my opinion, because she kept contradicting herself and came across as very coached. She did very well for the state. It was when the defense started asking questions that it seemed like she did not want to participate as much. Let's see, it's time to adopt another addict. Who's new? It's Digital Designs by PJ. Feel welcome. Yes, thank you. Carol, that's a command that we don't see people use very often. That basically just outs the last person who subscribed. So thanks for doing that. The drop in the van wasn't tested as blood. They got DNA out of it. It was too small to run blood confirming tests, so it would have to have been sweat or saliva. No, Red Pen, it goes like this. They did a DNA test on that drop, but because it was so small, they did not, sorry, let me switch views here so you can see we're not missing anything. They did not run the presumptive test when they say, we think we have blood here, we're going to spray it with luminol and see how it reacts. Because when you do that, it ruins the sample that you've sprayed. It then cannot be tested for DNA. So they looked at it and they said, it looks like blood. It's too small to spray and still have any left over to test. So we're just going to test it for DNA instead. We're going to swab it directly. And the result that came back gave a strong DNA profile that would only be available, or they would only have been able to get if they had if the item, if that spot was either blood or tissue. So it was one of the two, and they know it was one of the two. They just can't say, we tested it for blood. All they can say is, I looked at it. It looked like a drop of blood. It had the appearance of a drop of blood, but there wasn't enough to test and also do a DNA swab. So it couldn't have been sweat or saliva. It would have to be blood or tissue. And tissue typically is not deposited like that in a spot like that. It would be odd to have some tissue deposited there and not have blood or something else around, but. Let's see. Digital Designs by PJ, there you are, says, concerning the financial evidence with Murdaugh case, may be afraid that since it was such a big name that was accused of murder, some people are afraid to find guilty and they just had to hammer home. I think there was some concern there on the state's part. Obviously, you saw during the questioning of the jurors at the very beginning, the number of jurors, they'd bring a room full of jurors in and they'd ask, who here by show of hands knows who the Murdaugh family are? And all the hands went up. So yeah, there was some of that. I mean, you have 75 people in a room that are like, yeah, the Murdaughs. Everybody knows the Murdaughs. It's the Murdaugh family, type of thing. So there, I believe there was some of that. I think they misread the jury a little bit on that front. Let's see. Thanks for asking the question, Red Pen. Appreciate it. Maybe Zach lined the van with plastic like Dexter. Yeah, but where did he get the plastic? Not from his murder trip to the Walmart. Down at the Walmart. I think we got a Walmart sound effect in here. There it is. Helps.
In front of the Walmart.
In front of the Walmart. How much left for state witness? This is the last witness. The last witness, they're finishing the second part of this witness questioning. Normally, only one attorney questions the witness, but here they've agreed with the judge to split it. And so the second attorney, the DA, is questioning on the non-technical items. And once he gets done with that, we'll go to cross-examination, where the defense gets to question them on pretty much everything that the prosecution has brought up. After that, the prosecution gets another shot at redirect if they want to and say, hey, we want to, well, let me ask further. The defense had you say this, explain that. They cut you off, things like that. They can sort of remedy the situation a little bit. And then again, defense gets another shot to recross. Usually after back and forth like that twice, they'll be like, okay, we're done. That's it. it could go back and forth for a long time, but every time it goes back and forth, it limits the scope that the defense or the state is allowed to sort of focus on cross to something that came up in that previous line of questioning by the other side. So the question gets more and more narrow towards the end, and then it's done. Usually it's pretty quick.
All rise. Court is now in session.
Let's see. Do you think the state will have a rebuttal? Yes. Rebuttal witnesses, it depends a little bit. Usually you'll see a rebuttal witness that'll be a rebuttal to an expert. So if defense has an expert witness they bring in, say they have a forensic expert that comes in and says, that amount of blood can happen from any paper cut. It's non-fatal. There's no proof that anybody's dead. Okay, maybe they get an expert that comes in and says that. Of course, the state's going to be like, hang on, hold tight. We're not going to leave the jury with just that information. Let's go find any forensic expert that says, yeah, 2 gallons of blood spread around the house is probably lethal. And they'd bring somebody in as a rebuttal to what testimony the defense brought in. They're not going to bring in rebuttal unless there was evidence presented by the defense that was different. I mean, it has to be like new information that's being presented to the jury. I'm trying to remember the exact terminology of the words. But you can't just bring in just additional witnesses as rebuttal that have nothing to do with what the defense said. It has to be in response to what the defense presented. And it's usually through an expert, not always. Let's see, where are we? I don't know if there will be a rebuttal because we've seen no experts. You guys paid attention to this? We've had no experts from the state in this case. How long has it been since we haven't had an expert from the state? It's like they've got their budget prosecution plan in place because all the people there that are testifying, even the one on the stand right now, he works there. He's a Kenosha detective. This is his job day in and day out. He's not testifying as an expert who's studying and is able to look at the situation and make a reasonable guess or things like that or speculate. You said Matthew taught you a lot about the law. He did well. Matthew's great. He's a very patient teacher. The state still has rebuttal too. I hope they bring in something more than what they've laid out so far. I'm surprised they haven't had experts, and so far no experts at all. Teresa says, slow circus, prayers for the victim and family. It is a little crazy that way. Just watch Brandy YouTube channel on lunch. She's great. Breakdown the case is fantastic. She does a
Enjoy
great
your
job.
DC trip with your wife and kiddos. Love your channel. Found you from Daryl Brooks' trial. Been here ever since.
Janet, thank you so much. Appreciate the generous super chat as well as your support as a member. Just appreciate that. We might actually have some news on the DC trip. We might have to make some subtle changes, and here's why. At your advice, as I asked you guys yesterday, I'm planning on taking my kids to Washington, D.C. I've never been there before, and I have 6 kids, and the youngest is young enough to run out in traffic, and the oldest is so old that he should be getting his own car and place to live. Shh, did I say that out loud? Oh, sorry. Soon, I said. I mean, he's just at the point in life where he's about ready to move on to the next phase. Anyway, so I've got this spread of kids. I'm nervous. I've never been to D.C. I've heard traffic's a nightmare. I've heard, obviously you hear all the horror stories about crime and things like that. And I've decided that if we go to D.C., we need to spend the night there. We need to be in a hotel. I'm worried about driving up there with a strict timeline of when we need to show up at the Air and Space Museum and not get there in time and get back out and miss our tickets. And that the whole purpose we went there would sort of be foiled. So yes, DC is still on the schedule, but I might need a day more than, a week from Saturday when I can actually go up and stay overnight. And that would be fun because I'd probably make it on a weekend and we'd probably do a podcast from the hotel, which would be a lot of fun. We will still be doing a trip. You're going to go on to DC on March 24th. That is my birthday. That is my birthday. It's Friday next week is my birthday. That's awesome. I realized that when we planned this originally, everyone said, yeah, the weekend's great. At any time during the weekend's fine, unless it's during the Cherry Blossom Festival. Well, guess what's happening? It's the Cherry Blossom Festival. So I can't say that for some reason. Cherry Blossom Festival. So we'll see. Ivan is MIA. He was here this morning, Debbie. He's got some things going on. He's been working. He obviously his fingers are being mended.
And my recollection is that I did sustain an objection
Hot mic here.
along the same line. You think I'm in error?
Well,
not on the ruling, on the recollection.
I'd like to re-argue it, Judge. No, Judge, my recollection is that the court allowed me only to ask whether a cadaver dog caused the officer to then direct theirself in any location, but to provide no further details. So I thought the court allowed me that one question with no inquiry.
I thought it was without the reference to it being a cadaver dog.
Okay, so that's not my recollection, and I defer to the court. It's been a long court. It's been a long case, and any of these rulings would have been day 1 or 2, but that and I thought I was allowed that very limited inquiry, and I absolutely apologize if the court has a different memory, and so.
My memory is the same as the court's as far as what that objection was. I think, too, that it was very narrowly tailored, and that was with Officer Van Wee, I believe, as to why he went and collected certain items to be sent to the crime lab for testing, and that was why the court allowed that line of questioning. But as far as the cadaver dog and the cadaver dog making a hit, that was, my understanding was that was sustained and not to be brought up. And so the state's question that it proposed prior to us breaking was that a cadaver dog hit. Those words were used, and so, so we would maintain that same objection.
If I did use the word hit, I would have done that in error. My recollection is identical to what defense counsel just said, which was, so I believe the court's ruling was that that Officer Van Wee was permitted to say a cadaver dog was present, and based on the action of the cadaver dog, I emphasized some items, and that was. Obviously this was the global question. I asked this detective, because he's a lead detective, about the items, and then whether it directed him to then do other things. I don't intend any follow-up questions. It's exactly the same thing I asked Van Wee, which I was asking him because, frankly, that was day 1 or 2 of this trial, and we're in the larger thing.
I will tell you that I'm not relying now on my memory. I'm analyzing it afresh.
Yep.
And which gives me a hint as to what I think I ruled, and I was uncomfortable with your describing the dog as a cadaver dog, because there was no, and I recollect there wasn't going to be any recollection, or any testimony rather, that it was in fact a cadaver dog as opposed to a different dog.
You're right. That was what you did. You indicated that we could say a dog, but you didn't. You said it could not be a cadaver dog. I now recollect that. That would be my analysis then and now. Okay.
I think. And and also I don't know if the word hit, it just be some behavior by the dog or whatever.
Yeah.
But the bottom line was. Well, the bottom line is I'm going to sustain the objection.
So what I intend to do then, just very briefly, is I intend to say, were any dogs that were employed utilized, and did they direct you to some evidence, and then was that evidence you emphasized? That's it?
You're looking quizzically.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember what evidence it was that Detective Correa had
It's fire pit evidence, and I'm not going to talk about what the evidence is this time.
I think then that I would argue. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Sure, that's okay. Fire pit evidence, chainsaw, and a poker that was related to the fire pit. That's it.
Oh, I think that was already testified to with Van Wee.
I don't intend to ask him.
Let's get moving.
Yeah,
you can do it what you want to do it, but don't reference a cadaver dog. And it would be better not to use the word hit, as opposed to just saying
indicate
a dog's activity or. All right.
I'll be careful.
Who let the dogs out? Says Gordon.
Hello. Would you come down, please?
Yes.
They can't mention the cadaver dog because they say the cadaver dog was brought in and it sniffed items and it alerted. Basically, that's what they're saying. But apparently, for some reason, they can't say that this dog did that. They can say a dog was brought in and it indicated there was something there, but they can't say cadaver. Cadaver, I mean, cadaver indicates dead body, right? But the dog indicates on blood. A cadaver dog, will indicate on a blood trail of a living person. So maybe they're objecting to the cadaver indicating, meaning that it was something that was dead when there's no proof that it was someone who was dead. I guess that's just my. If it's a cadaver dog, it's a cadaver dog, says Richard. It is what it is. Could the dogs be put on the stand? I'd love it. We need a Lassie moment. What is it? What is it, Fido? Can you bark at the person who did this? Yeah, it would be wonderful. I would clip that highlight in a heartbeat. You should pair the ring and would you come down, please, to show the open related to us taking our seat. Add that to the open. I can do that. I do intend to update that the video open that we do at the beginning of the show. I like to keep it updated a little bit. I've changed it a couple times already subtly, but. I don't know. Charlie was here earlier, I thought. He was definitely here yesterday.
I have sustained the objection.
New question. Detective Correa, you indicated dogs or a dog was employed at the search warrant on the 20th of May at the Mequon house. Based on the dog's activities, and I don't need to know the details, but were certain pieces of evidence prioritized, and did you then take those and do further things with those?
Yes.
How many search warrants physically do you believe were conducted in this investigation, during the course of this investigation?
You're talking about like electronics and like as many warrants?
At this point I'm talking about physical searches of locations.
Okay. 1, 2, I believe 5 locations, but some of the locations had multiple days, so there were, I guess, multiple warrants because they were different days.
So, all told, how many search warrants do you believe you executed that were physical locations?
I believe 8.
Okay. How many agencies other than the Kenosha Police Department do you believe you involved in some fashion in this case? Just your estimate.
Agency-wise, I would say in excess of 15.
So how many different folks that have some law enforcement role do you believe have spent some time investigating this case?
I would say close to 100 total officers.
And you personally, what would be your estimate on how many man-hours that you have put in this case over the last several years?
Maybe a couple thousand.
A couple thousand man-hours.
Now, ultimately was the defendant arrested on May 19th at his Mequon residence?
Yes.
Okay, and was he arrested by Mequon officers?
Yes.
And was that at approximately 8 p.m.?
Yes.
And then was he transported to the Kenosha Police Department?
Yes.
And so did you have an opportunity at that time to both see his physical condition and also see what he was wearing at the time he was arrested?
Yes.
So let's talk first about any injuries, if any, that you could see on the defendant's person when you saw him on the 19th. And let me just be sure, after he was transported from Mequon, did you see him on May 19th?
Yes.
About what time, very general, about what time do you think you saw him?
Around 11 p.m.
So at that time, was one of the things you did take a look to see if there were any injuries that were of note?
Yes.
And what injuries, if any, did you find on the defendant's person when you saw him on the 19th?
There were 2 small scratches on his right hand area, and then another scratch, maybe a couple inches on his upper right bicep.
And I assume you have zero idea what the origin of those are. Is that right?
Yeah, I have no idea.
Okay. Okay. when arrested, was the defendant wearing anything below the waist?
Jeans.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity to review or look at the buttons of the jeans he was wearing?
Yes.
And was that of interest to you in this case for purposes of any comparison?
Ultimately, yes.
Okay. So I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit. Is it 223? 223. So did you want to see his clear cut picture?
The buttons in the fire pit. That's what we're going to talk about.
What was that? This is 223. So as to Exhibit 223, do you know what that is?
It looks like a button from a pair of jeans.
We're looking at somebody's fly
if
up
you know,
close.
are those? Is that in fact a button?
If you're uncomfortable,
from the
you can go ahead and
worn
look
by
away.
the defendant upon his arrest on May 19th?
Yes.
Okay. And was that picture taken so that a person could observe the manufacturer and the style of buttons?
Can I read it? You mean?
Sure, please.
Levi Strauss and Company. Was that SF Cal? Maybe San Francisco, California. SF.
Good guess.
So Levi Strauss jean button, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And does it appear to be a true and accurate copy of what the jean button looked like on the jeans the defendant was wearing on the day of his arrest?
Yes. I mean, so I didn't look at his button on the day that he was arrested, but we have them as evidence and photos were taken of those clothing items. Yeah.
Detective, I assume people are not taking pictures of random buttons, so
yes.
You've reviewed all the pictures in this case.
Yes.
So my question is, does it appear to be a true and accurate picture of the buttons from the jeans he had?
Yes.
Okay. So are you also aware that some jean buttons or some buttons were recovered from the smoldering fire pit at the defendant's residence?
Yes.
Okay. And so you heard Officer Van Wee testify that those were on the top level of the fire pit refuse, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 224. And you heard Officer Van Wee testify to these, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And are those also Levi Strauss jean buttons?
Yes.
Okay. Then let me ask you about whether the defendant, upon arrest, was wearing any undergarments, meaning below the waist.
Really?
So
here we go, guys.
After the defendant was taken into custody, we collected all of his clothes. And I believe at that time is when the arresting officer or the transporting officer would have taken those clothes and ultimately taken photos of them and placed them in the evidence. So I did see those photos afterwards, and it was a navy blue pair of underwear.
And do you remember the make? Like the manufacturer?
Hey, Ken, you all right, man?
I believe they're Hanes.
Not sure what you're posting there.
I think they're Fruit of the Loom.
And in the fire pit, are you aware Fruit of the Loom were recovered, a remnant?
Hey,
yes.
Okay.
You know, Brandon.
During the search warrant, were any socks recovered at any location at the 6813 Highland Road, just because they were differently organized than your sock drawer?
I believe there was, if I remember correctly, there was a camera that was located inside of a sock, a white Hanes sock.
Okay, and are you aware that a remnant of a Hanes sock was found in the fire pit, the smoldering fire pit?
Yes.
And was that Hanes sock that you're talking about that had a camera in it, was that a lone sock, a solo sock?
Yes.
That's what I heard. This is the testimony we got.
That the sock was over or contained was reviewed, is that correct?
Yes.
And it had no content that was of any note? To your knowledge?
To my knowledge, yeah, correct.
Okay. Now, ultimately, in the multiple searches of the Mequon residence, was one of the focuses a plaid shirt that had been identified as something that had been worn by the defendant regularly and recently?
Yes.
And was that plaid shirt recovered at any location?
Not that I'm aware of.
Now, you also indicated there was a portion of carpet that was cut out of the minivan, correct?
Correct.
And you could tell that when people did the search warrant on May 19th, is that correct? That was visible to officers on May 19th?
Yes.
Okay. And so at the residence, did the search of the defendant's residence find the remainder of that cutout? In other words, was that ever located?
Not that I'm aware of.
Are you, as a lead investigator, if that was recovered, would you know it?
Yes.
Okay. And were you aware that there was information provided that a family member, a grandpa's steel-toed boots had been taken from the tree farm or borrowed from the tree farm on the weekend of May 16th into May 17th?
Yes.
And were those steel-toed boots recovered to your knowledge?
No.
Were steel toes recovered in the fire pit to your knowledge?
There were 2 items recovered in the fire pit that appeared to be the steel toe portion of a steel toe boot, and I believe right next to that appeared to be like shoelaces as well.
And again, that was in the upper level, that first level of the fire pit refuse?
Yes, it was visible from just standing over it and looking at it.
Now, during a search of the defendant's residence, at some point was a sheath recovered that you at least felt should be tested?
That's Sadie there in the green shirt.
Yes, there was a sheath that had like a possible red staining on it.
And at this point, do you recall where that was located in the residence, if you remember?
I don't recall specifically. I believe it was in the area of the kitchen table, or what would be the kitchen table, but I don't recall specifically where it was located.
And when you are referring to the word sheath in this case, what does a sheath store, or what does it usually contain?
Knife.
Okay. And was there a knife found that you felt was a match to that sheath, at least based on your review of the premises?
No.
Now, in this case, did you do larger warrants, like things called geofence warrants and those kind of things, to also try to determine any information you could about intruders to the home of Rosalio Gutierrez during the time period around May 17th?
We did.
Okay. So could you explain to the jury what you did along those lines? So in those large data type warrants, what did you try to do?
So in a geofence warrant is basically submitted to Google, and what Google has is they call it a 3-stage process. So what we can do is we can establish 4 points or radius, and using those 4 points, you create your GPS coordinates, and you can send that to Google, and then they will send you a response of devices that may be using a Google device within that area. The first time they respond is normally it comes into what they call they're anonymous numbers and letters, a big combination. I think currently it's around 72 of these numbers. So there's no identifying information as to that device that is visible to me. So I have to then take those devices, and at the time we used Google Earth. So you put all those devices and the points in. On this Google Earth, or on this geofence, I think it came back with in excess of like 2,000 potential devices. And you then have to go in and subjectively kind of determine what you may think is maybe relevant to your investigation. So some of the points are off of Wi-Fi, some of the points are off of GPS, and based on the amount of, so let's say there's a device ID that is 1, 2, 3, 4, and there's 20 of them, and it says Wi-Fi, you can kind of deduce that that's probably a resident at that location. Versus there may be one that's 1 or 2 points and it's there for 10 seconds. Now you can think, okay, maybe this device actually was just traveling on the roadway and it passed on. So of those devices, you have to basically break that down. I sent an initial response to Google for items or device IDs that I wanted further information on. So in that second stage, it will then give you further geographical information. So it may show the vehicle, or I'm sorry, the device operating 30 minutes before, 30 minutes after, so you can kind of see where it's coming from or going to. So from that, now I have to decide, okay, based on these, let's say I broke that 2,000 down to 1,000, now I have to break it down a third time, in which case I send another response to Google saying, okay, I want these devices, which is a very limited amount. So in this case, I think I only was able to get 7 devices, in which case it's very subjective deciding, okay, I guess I'm going to pick this one, this one, this one, and this one, and hope for the best. So it wasn't very fruitful in this investigation as far as the Wood Creek apartments go.
No poll.
We also did the same geofence with surrounding area of 6813 Highland Avenue, as well as the address of the tree farm in Random Lake, Wisconsin.
Geofence is
so as Wood Creek, would it be fair to summarize what you said is by saying it's just such a dense area that you were not able to narrow it down in a way that was fruitful? Is that appropriate?
Yes, I believe I used too large of an area, which produced that great amount of items. The other thing with this, during this investigation, I had a time that I believed that Mr. Gutierrez was last on his phone, and then a time that I believed this incident had occurred. So throughout the investigation, I believe there was a time frame of between 9 o'clock-ish to, let's say, to midnight. So I had a big range. There's other investigations where you know that an armed robbery occurred at 10:54 at night. I can narrow down to that time, get a lot less results in an instance like that. So the same with the other geofence warrants. There was a larger time frame, so the results were a lot greater than I had anticipated.
Change of topic. Do you recall opening up State's Exhibit 115 and showing it to a Walmart manager by extending it out? You had it in your hands with gloves. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And when you looked at 115 previously, when you spread that out for the Walmart manager, did you recognize that as a document you had seen at some other location other than in evidence and in this courtroom?
Yes. So this receipt was located in the front passenger side dashboard of the black minivan belonging to the defendant.
And you personally saw it there?
I did.
And then what, if anything, did you do to cause Detective Marty Howard to then have a picture of it that he could go to Walmart with?
Sent him a picture of it.
Okay. And you heard him testify that he received a picture previously?
Yes.
Okay. Previously, we talked about one of the FBI agent Hannah Judd maps and where a phone was located and its proximity to Rosalio Gutierrez's home. I'm going to ask
Rosalio is the victim.
Exhibit 291 be shown to you. Again, this is another Hannah Judd produced map. Agent Hannah Judd.
He can take my phone. I'll just get another.
And I'm just going to ask, is there an address that was of interest to you in this case that is located on this map that could be pointed out to the jury?
This isn't a map related to Mr. Gutierrez. Was that what you had asked?
No, I asked if this map it depicts another place, an address of interest to you at a different case. So when Agent Judd testified, you previously talked about Rosalio Gutierrez's address when a different one of these maps was shown to you.
I misunderstood you. I thought you said in relation to Mr. Gutierrez's address.
No. In this one, is there any address of interest to you when this map is put together, indicating the defendant's phone is in a location on May 18th in the morning hours?
So, on the bottom portion of this map, you see the...
Do you need the pointer?
I don't.
No,
we'll figure it out. You see that there's a Cedar Beach Road is on the lower portion of this map. How this map is oriented, I don't see a compass on it, but
welcome back,
to the
Lindsay.
east would be to our right, and down that road on Cedar Beach Road, that road actually leads directly to Lake Michigan. So I would say approximately maybe a quarter mile at the most from Lake Michigan on Cedar Beach Road is the address of Miss Brown Frederickson.
Okay. And so that was the address where the defendant is doing some rehab at times?
Yes.
Okay. And in terms of this house that is identified in this Belgium area, where is that in relation to the Saukville Walmart that we've seen video of?
I guess just to be clear here, I believe that this map is just showing the tower location. Yep. The actual residence would be further to the right, so it's not showing an actual house location. Okay. I just want to make sure that we're clear with that. But this area is essentially almost right between you'd asked between the Saukville Walmart.
Yep, Saukville Walmart is what I asked.
I believe it would be a little bit to the south, maybe a little bit southwest. Or this is northwest of the Saukville. So Saukville, I guess it's Mequon in the Saukville, Belgium area, and then the Random Lake area would be a little bit north.
Did you at some point look through any means by which Rosalio Gutierrez was listing any future activities he had either organized or planned or was accounting for at the time that you investigated this case during the time period of May 19th, 2020 and on?
I believe he had in his calendar, there was a calendared event, Camp Timberley.
Okay. And is that a fairly local camp activity that a person can do?
Yeah, I believe it's in Walworth County area.
Okay. And so that was something that he had in his calendar, and do you remember for what date?
It was the 19th.
Okay. Yes, and that is a camp experience for children, not adults?
Yes. Well, I think it can be family camp as well.
Okay.
But yeah.
Whose phone was that?
Now, Detective, what did you, meaning the police department as an agency, do to try to be sure that if Mr. Gutierrez were to show up in any location after this incident, that he would be accounted for in some way? In other words, are there national ways you do that, or?
Yeah, so he was entered as a, is entered as still as a missing person. So had a law enforcement agency nationwide come into contact with him, it would automatically flag as a missing person, in which case we would be notified immediately that they had contact with the person. So that was done.
Did you do anything to monitor any financial information so that if for some reason financial information was accessed in any way that would account for Mr. Gutierrez, that would be recognized?
Yes, so on 2 occasions I wrote search warrants for the TransUnion, basically the Financial Credit Reporting Bureau, and there were actually some accounts I believe that were in default, but there were no new accounts after the May 19th.
At some point, did you do any investigation regarding a passport or passport activity in this case?
Yes, I don't recall if I contacted Homeland Security or Customs, but I had sent an email asking if there had been any passports issued to or used under his information.
Had Rosalio Gutierrez ever had a passport to you based
I'm
on the
hearing
information you
multiple
received?
phone
And has one ever been
notifications.
applied for since?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Some items were covered with you previously about any activity, Google searches that the defendant conducted on any of his devices. Do you recall?
Yes.
Okay, and a focus was on the Motorola G6 phone and any Google searches from that time period?
Yes.
And are you familiar with a Google search that occurred on May 18th, 11:48 a.m.? regarding Aurora Back and Spine?
Yes.
I'm going to show you. Can you just say the name of the exhibit, please?
States 338.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 338 and ask you if this is a search on the defendant's Motorola G6 phone, again on May 18th at 11:48 a.m.
Yes, it appears to be an image of that.
Aurora Back and Spine, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Does this exhibit that has been produced appear to be altered or changed in any way from what you reviewed in preparation for this testimony?
No.
So I want to just, as my final piece, go through a little bit of your interaction with the defendant on May 19th, 2020.
Yeah, you had a few questions about an hour ago.
So how long do you feel that interaction with the defendant was in general?
About an hour and a half.
And during that period of time, what was the defendant told about what was the subject of inquiry?
I believe it was general, just basically that there were some allegations of from Miss Beecham about him tracking her, following her, and things of that nature.
Was he also informed that it had to do with any activities he had towards her boyfriend?
Yes.
Okay. So the defendant was aware on the 17th as you began to speak to him. I'm sorry, the 19th, apologize, on the 19th of May, as you began to speak to him about who the people were that you were talking about, in general.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify from the last one. I didn't speak to him at all about the incident that we were investigating regarding what was found at Mr. Gutierrez's residence. What I meant by that was the allegations that he had broken into his vehicle or entered his vehicle and took items. So I didn't speak to him regarding what we were investigating previously in the day.
But also talking to him about stalking?
Yes.
About incidences that might be stalking?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So when you so there was an interview that took place.
Nicole, I've read the ones I highlighted. Haven't read 28.
Detective Anschutz and I did, yes.
Okay. And was what if any? Or was there a question asked about whether the defendant had been to Miss Beecham's home during early hours without permission?
Yes.
And what was the first thing that the defendant offered up when you asked him that question?
He had mentioned that he had to drop off a couch.
And who was present in terms of officers in that interview?
Just myself and Detective Anschutz.
Did you and Detective Anschutz then ask further questions regarding going to Sadie Beecham's home in early morning hours other than his first offering, which was a couch delivery?
Yes.
So when you asked a second time, what happened then?
He had indicated that there was a point where he had a premonition that somebody was at Miss Beecham's residence.
Premonition means he was listening on his tracker.
Did he indicate what he did about that premonition?
He had indicated he had went over there.
Did he indicate who he took with him?
His children.
And now, have you been present when videos were shown that were of Sadie Beecham's residence that were purported to come from the electronics owned by the defendant or possessed by the defendant?
Yes.
Did you ask the defendant at the time of this interview whether, when he brought family members over to Sadie Beecham's house, whether he recorded anything? Did you ask him that question?
I don't know if it was me specifically. It may have been Detective Anschutz.
I mean you two.
Oh,
The
okay.
two of you asked that?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the defendant's answer about whether he tried to record anything at that time?
He had not.
Now, were you present for testimony in this case that on the defendant's laptop there is a file that is named Rosalio Gutierrez and then has a number of documents in it?
Yes.
Including a number of documents that have Rosalio Gutierrez's name on the documents themselves?
Yes.
And did you ask the defendant questions about whether he knew the name of this boyfriend of Miss Beecham?
Yes.
And what was the defendant's decision, or what did the defendant decide to answer you regarding that?
He said that his name was something like Junior, and his last name started with like a G or something.
Appeared to not know the individual's name?
He indicated he did not.
Okay. Now,
Nicole, I have not read the 2018
present
document.
in this
I've
trial,
read the rest.
heard and saw video of a van being operated by the defendant in a Kmart. I'm sorry, a Walmart. Apologize.
Yes.
Okay. And were you present for testimony about a trip to the tree farm on May 16th and May 17th where the van was involved?
Yes.
Okay. So at the time that you interviewed the defendant, were you focused on a minivan as one of the things you wanted to talk about?
Yes.
And at the point that you began to discuss with the defendant the vehicles he operated, what did the defendant tell you?
He indicated that he primarily drove an Audi.
And at that point, did you and Detective Anschutz ask him about a different vehicle?
Yes, we had asked him about the minivan, and he had indicated that he uses it for work.
Okay. Did he say, I don't drive it much?
I don't recall if that was the exact words, but he had indicated the Audi was his primary vehicle.
And what else did he offer you about the van as you began to ask further questions about his use of the van?
He had indicated that the van was available to his brothers and his cousins or whoever needed to use it at any point, could come to the residence and take it whenever they wanted.
At some point, have you been present in this case when there's been evidence that on the defendant's phone there was a portion of the registration document from Rosalio Gutierrez's vehicle?
Yes.
And you heard the testimony of the daughter of the defendant regarding actions on April 24th and the vehicle of Rosalio Gutierrez?
I believe it was the early morning of 25th.
What did I say? April, yeah, it would be the morning hours
yes.
of the 25th. Yeah. And so did you or Detective Anschutz ask during the interview on May 19th questions about whether the defendant took any items from this boyfriend, Rosalio Gutierrez's car?
Yes.
And what did the defendant offer you or tell you about that?
That he had not taken anything from the vehicle.
How many times did the defendant indicate he had seen Rosalio Gutierrez total?
One time.
What, if anything, did the defendant tell you about whether he had been in Kenosha at any recent occasion?
He had indicated that he hadn't recalled the last time he was in Kenosha. He said he did work all over the place, so he may have been in Kenosha, but he didn't recall recently being in Kenosha.
Were you present for testimony regarding the defendant's phone going off Kenosha Towers on May 13th?
Yes.
Now, at some point, did your investigation and questions of the defendant involve Stephen Lentz?
Yes.
Okay. So did you ask the defendant specifically about Stephen Lentz and whether he was being utilized in some fashion to keep tabs on Sadie?
Yes.
And what did the defendant tell you about whether he was using Stephen Lentz as a means to keep tabs on Sadie?
That he was not doing that.
Now, At some point, did you and Detective Anschutz decide to focus on the day you really cared about, which was May 17th, 2020?
Yes.
And so did you ask him specifically about May 17th, 2020?
Yes.
And how many hours or how many days has it been when you were questioning him since May 17th in the evening hours of 2020?
Well, less than 48 hours.
Okay. So you're literally asking him about what happened 2 days earlier, correct?
Correct.
And so what is the first thing that the defendant offers you about where he was on the evening 2 days before?
I don't recall specifically the first thing that he offered, but generally it indicated that he may have been by his girlfriend's house, but he wasn't really sure exactly where he was, that he didn't remember.
Nice visual there, Lisa. Hopefully they're done here. I mean, they're literally, if he's following this chronologically, he's at the timeline of the arrest. There's very little after that that we need to cover because we've covered all the evidence already. Please just say nothing further. Subject cross. What?
Detective Correa, during the course of this investigation, did citizens provide tips, Crime Stopper tips, information at various times?
Yes.
And so how were those accounted for by the Kenosha Police Department? So if you're in an investigation like this, in this specific investigation, how were they accounted for?
So from what I recall, there were approximately 5 or 6 Crime Stopper tips that came in through Crime Stoppers. And Crime Stopper is basically a form that is filled out, I believe, by our records department. I'm not 100% sure who fills them out, but they then get distributed to the agencies which may be involved, and then it comes down to the person involved in that case. So on the forms, it'll basically ask like a short narrative. There's also that short narrative is what the actual, I guess, Crime Stopper tip is. There's a section regarding does the caller wish to remain anonymous, the callback name, phone number. There's a section regarding specific names, things of that nature, and then there's some other like check boxes throughout those Crime Stopper tip forms. So those get handed down to us, and then we would follow up that way. If there was a call that just came in directly to our detective bureau regarding some information, then we would, normally the supervisor or whomever took that call would transfer it to a voicemail of one of the detectives involved, and then we'd follow up back with that person if they wish to speak with us.
Have you reviewed the Crime Stopper tips in this case that came in?
Yes.
And do you believe with the massive amount of man hours you've put in that you neglected any of those in a way that you feel should be brought up at this time?
No, there were a couple of tips that actually came in, but the persons wanted to remain anonymous, and there was no callback number associated with that tip, so there would be no way for us to actually follow up with that person. There was one tip that came in regarding a belt that was found in the bushes along 15th Street across from Mr. Gutierrez's apartment. We went and collected that belt. There was a tip that had come in about a neighbor seeing 2 hunters around the time of this incident, that he had seen them in the back portion of the tree farm area. Myself, as well as I think 3 other detectives, including Sergeant Bandy, had gone there and actually followed up and walked to that general area. Another one was regarding a area in Random Lake. There was a park that apparently was near the Anderson family home that had recently been renovated, paved, and stuff like that, which I had made contact with the Department of Public Works out there, asking if there was anything suspicious during that time that they had noted, and there wasn't. I think there was another call that had come in regarding a person who resides near the tree farm who had seen a white truck at some point. They believed, I believe it was in April of 2020, which wasn't in our time frame, and there was no specific information as far as a license plate, a make, model, or anything of that nature for us to then follow up with after I spoke with him.
Did you hear Detective Anschutz talk about? Well, let me take it back. Were you a part of deciding what items of possible evidentiary value went up to the crime lab?
I was part of that, yes.
Okay, and in this case, describe how decisions were made to decide what items the crime lab would take a look at, so that the jury is aware of how that works.
So in this case, I believe there were around 400 items of evidence, give or take one way or the other. After each search or after each main event where there are items that are taken, because majority of our detectives aren't really actively involved in that search or the gathering of that evidence, it's primarily the evidence technicians and or other people involved in that. At some point when those get entered into evidence, we would then go through and review the evidence property logs, so all the items that have been taken and entered into evidence into our evidence department. We will review that with the evidence technician, also with photos if they have them available, so we can kind of go through each of those items, as well as with the district attorney's office. Then we decide in our stuff that goes to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab, we're limited, so we can send an initial 10 items up, and then depending on results on some of those things, we can send another 10, send another 10. We have to make a progression. Other crimes, you can only maybe send 3 items up. But at any rate, after that first initial 10 go up, it has to be approved by the district attorney's office, which we can then call the crime lab and say, hey, we've spoken to the DA's office. They want us to send these items up as well. So of those 400 items, a lot of those items are, in this case, we did 2 big, large fire pit, excavations, clandestine excavations, and we had, I'm guessing maybe around 25 or 30 different 5-gallon buckets that were collected. Those are entered in items, so you kind of can take back items that would be sent up to the crime lab itself. Other items that go in are like records, for instance, if these downloaded records of cell phones, that's considered an item. So there's numerous items that way. So we basically triage all the items that we've taken in and go kind of from there, and that's what gets sent up to the crime lab.
Is the crime lab also consulted on what items they think are most promising?
Yes, there are times when the crime lab, actually in this case, in my speaking with Ms. Treffinger, where they may request, hey, do you have any items associated with A, B, and C? And we can say, yes, we do. Okay, can you send those up so then we can do a comparison of those items as well.
Okay, so your agency, the crime lab, DA's office, all these people collaborate to try to figure out what are the best things to send up?
Yes.
Is there ever an investigation where you're able to send every item that is collected? Is that even possible?
I have never done that.
Remember the testimony we had, the argument about can anyone just submit evidence?
Yes.
How many items do you think you sent to the crime lab in some fashion?
I would say maybe around 50.
Okay.
Samantha Terry, bored with the conversation, goes to liven things up with the 5 gifted memberships. Gleaves H.
And then the last question I have for you regarding any of
Not
this
a drama llama,
we talked about how many physical
Ricky
places
Watson,
you
and
searched.
Donna G.
Do you know how many written warrants you did to get information from different either phones or internet or all the different places? How many do you think you wrote in this case?
Collectively, I think there was probably Around 30, 35.
30 or 35 warrants for information.
Yes.
I think the defense can see that the jury is asleep, and there's no worry about them hearing anything right now.
Since July of 2011.
Have you ever been involved in a case where more items of evidence were taken into evidence?
I don't object as far as relevance.
Well, the investigation, the breadth of this investigation has been an issue, and he has the perspective of having done this for 10 years.
Objections overruled.
Have you ever been involved in an investigation where this much evidence was taken into custody?
No.
Have you ever been involved in a case where this many man-hours of the Kenosha Police Department was utilized?
No.
Have you ever been involved in an investigation where this many agencies outside of our jurisdiction were utilized?
No.
Have you ever spent more time on an individual investigation than you have on this?
No.
They really want the conviction, so it's not a waste of time. All that evidence and nothing, no body, no weapon.
Judge, I have no further questions.
Yeah,
we do have some
finally.
items to move into evidence.
Finally, can we do that after?
Should we move our, you want us to wait?
Wait.
Bear with me. States Exhibit 1.
Oh my goodness. Bear with me.
States Exhibit 44.
Don't start with bear with me. Say I'll be brief or something. Give us some hope.
78 through 91.
It's not
96
relevant.
through 100. 111 through 116. 119 and 120. 164. 188 through 192.
I'd like to see if they got the disk drive. That'll be interesting. They're recalling him, so that would be interesting.
222 through 224. 301 through 309. 311
Let no dead horse go unbeaten.
320.
We're just reading in all the evidence exhibits into the record.
338.
There may be, I don't think there'll be any objections here, but defense is following closely. There we go. Done.
Yeah. There was one caveat actually with Exhibit 1 that there are some items on that. It's a USB drive, States Exhibit 1. There are some items, can't speak right now, on that did not come in. So the state and myself are going to confer later and delete those items off of Exhibit 1 so that it's sure that whatever's on there was actually introduced.
That's a stipulation that we will do. I'm just simply moving in States Exhibit 1, less the
So you're
items.
basically delete the files from the
exhibit.
Yes, of documents that were
Hard drive or
introduced.
whatever it is.
Correct. Certain documents were introduced in paper form as opposed to up on the screen, so we're going to get rid of the ones that weren't introduced in the way that they were intended on States Exhibit 1.
Well, I have no problem with that, except that if for some reason it doesn't get done.
It will absolutely get done. Ms. Mueller and I will make sure it gets done and handled with the court.
I'm reassured.
You're reassured. Okay,
All right.
please, defense.
George.
Okay, so I'm going to start kind of back with the phone records where the state started.
I'm going to fix the audio here.
And counsel, if you'd be so kind to pull up
Now that we all have whiplash
Exhibit
due to
1,
the cameraman, file your complaint with Matthew Harris.
333, the web
Be a class
history.
action lawsuit.
And I need page 67. Or actually, hold on.
There's a lawsuit.
There's a lawsuit. Matthew, you got some business coming your way as we sue the cameraman. Them are some pearls. I think it's the first day I've seen her wear the pearl necklace, honestly. I haven't seen that earlier in court. I do appreciate those that have clicked the like button on the screen, on the stream. It doesn't cost anything, and it does help other people like yourselves find the channel. So thank you very much.
Pulling that up. States Exhibit 338 was shown to you, which was, and then you talked about a Google search on May 18th for Aurora back and spine scheduling, correct?
Yes.
Are you ready for me? Yeah.
If I can find a police chase, I'll do a 3-box, and we'll watch the police chase and listen to the trial. I'm up for that.
And so if we want to go to like item 905, can you see 905 on the screen, Detective?
Yes.
Okay, and that's web history, search from April 27th, 2020?
Yes.
And that was for the Mayo Clinic, correct?
Yes.
And then we have another search from, that day as well. Going down item 905, 906, 907, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then I want to go to page page 105.
She found her mic.
And direct your attention to item 1431. Can you see that? And can you?
I think it's
Sorry. Can you see it?
Yes.
What is the date for item 1431
5/17
of 2020?
Yes, sorry.
At what time?
1:17 a.m.
Okay, and it says last visited, correct?
Yes.
And that just means that this web history was visited at that time. That maybe it had been visited before, but this up to that date is the last time that it was accessed, right?
I don't know if that's specifically what that means.
You don't know?
I'm sorry.
What the report means?
I just want to clarify. So are you saying that nowhere else in this history would that be visited again?
No, I'm just saying that it's saying that it was last visited at that time up until that date. So then obviously the next one's going to be last visited as well.
See you, little miss.
Correct.
Have a last visited, that means that's the first time that it was ever accessed.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. And so this is at 1:17 a.m. on May 17th, 2020. And what was searched, or what was the thing that was being looked at?
I've got an injured
was
kid.
Our new
I'll be right back.
species discovered,
On Twitter? Say on Twitter, sorry.
Yeah, it said on Twitter.
And so then that was also accessed at 1:17:26 a.m. as well, right?
Yes.
And then 5/17/2020, 8:29 a.m. Milwaukee weather was searched for.
Yes.
And then from May 17th through May 20th, or May 19th, 2020, there were no web searches on how to clean up a crime scene, correct?
I didn't memorize that entire web search, but I don't recall at all seeing how to clean up a crime scene, no.
And in fact, the only thing that appeared to be of interest to law enforcement was Mr. Anderson's search for times that stores were open, like home improvement stores and Walmart, Home Depot, things of that sort.
Those times were definitely of interest to me because I knew that Mr. Gutierrez went missing around 9. I believed him to have gone missing around 9 after 9:06 p.m. the night before. And then based on all the information that we had from that first night going into the second. So this wasn't downloaded, if I recall. It wasn't immediately that we had this that night. So as the next couple of days progressed and we finally started to go through phones, that timing, that web history was definitely important to me as far as looking at those searches. One of the reasons was because of the receipt that was found for the Walmart. So we knew that that was at 8:30.
I would ask, what did I miss? But I'm pretty sure I didn't miss anything.
On the morning of the 18th. So going back then through the web history, you then see, well, the phone had actually gone through Home Depot, Lowe's. They were searching. So that definitely was of interest to us.
Little R.A., my youngest, tripped and hit his head on a piece of clay pipe. And has about a walnut-sized big lump on his head, and he skinned his knee. So we're treating him right now.
The state had also gone through with you some phone records, and specifically on May 17th, 2020, the state had asked you about whether there was a period of time where there were missed calls that weren't answered. Do you remember that?
On the 17th?
Correct.
Yes.
And did you remember looking through the rest of those phone records to see if there were other periods of time similar prior to that date where there would be a chunk of time where missed calls
we have frozen peas on it. We do.
I don't think I specifically looked for a chunk of time, no.
Okay, yeah, he's going to have a cool bruise there. I might bring him in if he calms down a little bit. He might show it off, but he's pretty sad right now, and he does not like to cry on camera. Very self-conscious about that. He tripped over his shoelaces while he was running on a little dirt track. And she has a lot of documents in her hands. How long is this going to take?
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 235. This is from the ANS mobile phone that you had reviewed the phone, correct, from the 5/17 timeframes. It was the ANS phone before.
Yes.
Okay, and this is the same one, just
okay. Yeah, it's just different formats.
Different formats, okay. Yeah. So this one starts from the bottom and then goes up. Unfortunately, my reporting did that. So, so this is, when we look at May 2nd, 2020, there's a call that does get answered at 5:15 p.m. It's UTC time, but so really earlier in the day, correct?
Well, I think it's mine. It would be 5, so it would be what,
noon?
Around noon, 12:15.
Yeah. And then from...
And the one that climbed on top of our 2-story roof, out the window.
From...
12-12 pitch.
Then the next one up, item 463 through 459, there's a one up, item 463 through 459, there's a chunk of time, approximately 3 hours, where there's missed calls, correct?
Yes.
And then, and about 40 minutes after that is an answered phone call, correct?
Yes.
So if we take 5:15, so 12:15 adds 7 minutes, we're looking at around 12:22, right? Is the last time that on this date, Mr. Anderson's on this phone, right? Until 5 p.m. later that day.
Parent-teacher conferences every night.
There's a 5-hour time chunk where Mr. Anderson isn't answering any phone calls.
So you're saying from about noon till about 5 o'clock p.m.?
Correct.
Yes.
And this isn't on the 17th, right? It's on the 2nd.
Finally caught up with the live feed.
Thank you, Shannon. Welcome
I'm
back
going
to
to
the
show you what
real
was
world.
marked as
real
Defense
time.
Exhibit 336.
So I'm sorry, this is the date.
Oh, I just said Defense Exhibit 336. I haven't done the date yet. Sorry.
336 though?
336, yeah, no problem. So this is from May 5th, 2020, correct?
Correct.
So we have a phone call from about 11 a.m., item 396, right?
Yes.
And then the next phone call that's answered is at 8 p.m., so it's going to be around 3 p.m.
Yeah, 3:30, yes.
So this is another 4-hour period where Mr. Anderson does not pick up any calls, correct?
Here, so yes.
And this is on May 5th, 2020.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 337. There's 2 pages. So this says May 10th, 2020 at 8:48 a.m. So that's going to be May 10th in the early hour mornings, approximately 3 a.m., correct?
I think it'd be like 3:48, so more closer to
Okay,
4.
sorry, 3:48 a.m. And then there's missed calls, and I'm going to go to this second page, which you see it's the answered one. So there's missed calls for...
Can you pull it up a little bit? Sorry.
Sure.
Or down. Yeah.
There's a period of missed calls here as well, correct?
Correct.
And then it's the next answered call is at 10:30 p.m. UTC time, so around 5 p.m. on May 10th.
5:30, yes.
So there's a large chunk of time where phone calls are not being answered,
Yes.
and that's not on May 17th, 2020, correct?
That was not.
So you'd agree there are other times where Mr. Anderson, close to around 5:17 in May of 2020, that goes for several hours of missed calls, correct? There are other. What we just went through are other illustrations of that.
Well, I'm going to object unless he's had an opportunity to review whether there are texts or whether the other phone is in.
Well, I just said missed calls.
Well, there's a second phone, right?
I'm talking about missed calls on this. All I'm proposing.
To me, a call is a call.
Call's a
Text
call.
is a text.
Correct.
Right.
So I'm saying missed calls.
Yeah.
I'm
So you're
saying
limiting
there's
it?
a
Are you
chunk-
limiting it?
To what I just introduced, I'm trying to get a summary on that. That before we had a series of missed calls from Mr. Anderson that were not returned that were shown on May 17th from this device. Now I'm saying on that same device there are other days where there are chunks of hours where Mr. Anderson had missed calls.
Yes, I just want to make sure I'm answering correctly, though. Are you talking about the same time frames, or are you just saying in general, just straight general missed call periods?
No, if we want to go back through these, but periods of more than 3 hours.
Yes, that is true, but I guess I would say that those times are, some of them are early morning hours, some are midday hours, and I think the other ones that on the 17th were evening hours. So yes, there are chunks, but it appears to be different time frames that those chunks of missed calls are, throughout.
Yeah.
Okay.
And people miss calls during hours of the day for a whole variety of reasons, right?
Objection. It seems like it's speculative.
Well,
Common sense.
Everyone knows.
there are some questions that only lawyers would ask. And that, I'm afraid, fits in that category because the jurors know that.
Yeah.
So you don't have to prove it.
Okay. And you didn't review. You reviewed the phone data that Hannah Judd had put together, correct, Agent Judd?
Yes.
And that phone data established that prior to the chunks of time on May 17th, that you say Mr. Anderson had missed calls, or that the data shows that there's these missed calls, prior to those missed calls, Mr. Anderson's phone pings in Mequon, correct?
Yes, I believe that's what her record has shown.
And show you what was previously marked and admitted as State's Exhibit 290.
This is so true. With my first child, we made several trips to the ER that were completely unnecessary. It's one of those the doctor says, oh, it's a good thing you got here right now, because if I'd waited 5 more minutes, the symptoms would be gone, type thing. Sixth child, it's like, brush it off, you're good. Put a little dirt on it, you'll feel better. he doesn't get quite the emergency response the first child did.
Any data on was from 7:34 p.m. on May 17th, 2020, correct? To your knowledge?
The last call received?
Mm-hmm. Or that was picked up?
I don't think it specifies on there. It just shows the calls.
Okay,
Yes, there's one at 7:34, but there's an 11:19 call as well.
But I'm saying that before, when you testified that there were no calls, you didn't see any answered calls in between the hours of 7:34 and 11:19 p.m.
Correct.
But the calls that you do have that were answered, that one at 7:34 p.m., Mr. Anderson was in Mequon, according to his phone records. And then at 11:19 for that phone call as well, it pings in Mequon.
Correct.
And you did not review any phone records at all, or any records at all, that during those time frames shows Mr. Anderson outside of that area.
This area.
Correct.
Correct.
Gonna come up here. It might be out of order, but this maybe not to go back. On direct, you talked about geofence warrants.
Yes.
And in this case, you explained to the jurors about how you ask that a certain area, basically there's a square and it's all the data from in that area, or square, rectangular, or shape, but it's within that area, correct?
Yes.
I'll show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 322. Does this appear to be a fair and accurate representation of the area that you sought the geofence data on?
It does.
That's not a square. It's not even a parallelogram.
And this was the area that you narrowed down to approximately those 7 individuals that you were interested in, correct?
Yes.
And before I go into these, one of the things that the Google information takes is from Android, correct? So any Android operating device is going to provide that type of geofence data if location's turned on, that Google can then, the Android operating system is a Google-based system, correct?
I don't have an Android. I'm not positive on that. But it's basically something that's associated with a Google account. So if there are Google accounts on Android, yes, such as Google Maps, then or Gmail, then yes.
Okay. So I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 324.
Have we seen this before?
You should have, yeah.
You showed us, yeah.
this look familiar?
Yeah, so this would have been the third. I talked about the different stages, so this would have been the third stage when I had said, these are the, when I had to break it down to I think I had said 7 at the time. I don't know if it was exactly 7, but this is what would come then to us as far as the subscriber information.
And so this was an individual who was in that square during the time frame that you had requested information be provided on, right?
Yes.
I'm going to switch that off. It's showing some personal information that I don't think is pertinent to this case. So keep listening for a minute. Okay. Looks like it's
And
off
do you
screen now.
remember that time frame that you had requested?
I don't recall exactly the time frame, though.
I couldn't tell if it was exactly what it was doing, but it seems to be pointed to an individual other than the accused that happened to be in the area. So that's no bueno.
Sorry to tell you that it was May 17th. At 2020 at 7 p.m. through May 18th, 2020, 3 a.m. Does that sound about right?
Yes, that would be right.
Okay, so on Exhibit 324, if you look at it, says services. That services indicates what type of things are coming from that user that are providing basically the data location, the location
some
data,
random
correct?
guy's phone number and name.
It could be one of those, yes.
Okay, so
I think this means that this subscriber utilizes these.
It's nobody associated with this case.
These services. I don't think it says that it's gathering the data from all of them.
do you understand how Google gathers the data and what they gather the data from?
Well, the service is assigned.
Okay, so these are just some things that they're gathering data on, some of which is the location data to the services assigned, right?
Right.
Okay, so in this particular situation, doesn't really matter who it is. I want to get out the services that are used. So some of the services that are gathering that location data are Android, right? It says Android in the first line.
Yes.
Google Maps, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Android device console, web and app activity.
Yes.
So this is Defense Exhibit 324. We also have another Google, I'm just going to hand these to you. If you could confirm that Defense Exhibit 324, 325, 326, 327, 328, 329, and 330 are all of the individuals that you had singled in on in that third step process.
Elmo is the brand name for the projector, the overhead projector. ElmoUSA.com is the website if you want to buy one for yourself, if you want one for your own courtroom at home, court of public opinion. They make high-end document cameras. Not sure what model we're dealing with here. It's probably like the PX10 or the PX30.
Yes, these all appear to come from Google, yes.
Okay. And Mr. Anderson was not in any of those, correct?
Correct.
And did you investigate any of these people?
I did not.
And these are people that you know were in that area around the Wood Creek. I'll put up Defense Exhibit 322 again. We're in that area near Mr. Gutierrez's apartment from May 17th at 7 p.m. 2020 to May 18th at 3 a.m. 2020.
Yes, they would have been.
Now, you had talked about on direct about how there were clips of audio that appeared to be directions.
Yes.
And that was from the Moto G6 phone.
Yes.
And to your knowledge, do you know what app was used that generated those clips?
I do not.
So you don't know what was utilized as far as whether it was Google Maps or some other sort of app download?
Correct.
Do you know if it was an Android operating system?
Well, if it was a Moto G6, I believe Motorola's Android, so I would assume that it was an Android.
Okay, so if Mr. Anderson was utilizing his Android device and a map app on his Android device, pursuant to your knowledge about the data that comes from geofence warrants, particularly in this case, that those are two service platforms that collect that location data, had he used that to travel down on May 17th, 2020, his information should have come up in that geofence warrant data.
Objection. Clips are from May 8th. Why would that reflect anything on May 13th? I'm sorry, May 13th. Why would it reflect anything on May 17th? The clips are recorded May 13th.
Sure.
It's your.
I'm saying I'm now moving that if Mr. Anderson used that same device for travel on May 17th with the same the same phone, that same data would be collected, that if that were to happen, you would have seen him in the geofence warrant data.
So I would have had to have then been able to, like I said, I guess for lack of better terms, I would have had to have picked the right device ID, and then it would have come back to Mr. Anderson. So should it be in there? Yes. But as I indicated, I think initially I'd submitted for like 35 different devices, and they made me bring it all the way down to 7. So should it be in there? Yes. Is it possible that I didn't choose the right one? Yes.
But from your review, because you had to select them, we do not have Mr. Anderson's data.
Correct.
You're saying on May 7th?
Correct.
Okay, not May 13th. Okay.
You didn't do a geofence data warrant for May 13th, correct?
Correct.
Judge, I'm going to ask at this point to move in Defense Exhibit 322 and then 324 through 330.
No objection.
Okay, so she's saying that they should have ZA's information in that geofence. When they request all the information for all the devices within that period, they should have got him, and they don't.
Also on direct, talked about how Mr. Anderson, you were able to review photos from when Mr. Anderson was taken into custody on May 19th, 2020.
I'm going to fire this audio guy. He's driving me nuts.
Alex stole it.
Yes. $35 devices and they allowed 7. So he just had to guess, and he guessed the wrong ones.
Okay. Show you what was marked as Defense Exhibit 339. So this is a picture of Mr. Anderson on the day he was arrested, right?
Yes.
He's wearing flip-flops, jeans, white T-shirt.
Yes.
You were here when his daughter was testifying. The jeans, short, and T-shirts that I showed her, were those the same T-shirts, jeans, and flip-flop that was shown here?
Did you say shorts?
Jeans, sorry.
Okay.
Counsel, she said she didn't recognize some of them, right?
Sure, she didn't. We could open them back up.
No, that is correct.
Okay. Not so.
My daughter didn't recognize the clothes,
now,
so they're not my dad's.
To your knowledge, there was a stain that was on the shirt and a stain on the pants, correct?
Yes.
And the stain on the shirt, it was determined was not blood?
I believe both, shirt and the pants.
Correct. So no blood and on, correct?
On either
of them.
Yes.
And nothing on the flip-flops either?
I don't believe I have the flip-flops sent to the lab.
Okay, because sometimes when you choose not to send something to the lab, it's because it doesn't, from your examination of the items, doesn't appear to have anything that would be worth testing.
Sure, yes.
You didn't observe any reddish-brown stains that were of concern on the flip-flops?
Correct.
Show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 340.
It's about time to refill my mug, just a heads up.
You'd agree that this is a picture of Mr. Anderson with his hands and arms out?
Yes.
Okay. Defense Exhibit 341.
He was clearly doing the
Picture
calm
of Mr.
down.
Anderson's hands.
Yep, he's doing the hand sign. He's doing ASL right there. Calm down, calm down. Guilty.
Defense Exhibit 342. Picture of Mr. Anderson's palms.
Yes.
Now you had mentioned that there was like a scratch. This is Defense Exhibit 343 on the pointer finger. Is that what you were referring to?
Yes, I believe there was also.
I'll go through. I'm going to go through all the photos.
Yes.
Okay. Defense Exhibit 344 appears to be a picture of Mr. Anderson's right palm close up.
That's a left.
Left. Sorry, I'm terrible with that type of direction.
And how many fingers
Left
is he
palm
holding
face
up?
up?
Why does it look like he's missing a finger in that picture? Honestly, you look at that, it's like something's wrong.
Defense
he's missing
Exhibit
a finger.
345, more of a close up of his right hand.
Correct.
Defense Exhibit 346, close up of left hand.
Yes.
I think these appear to be similar in the same close-up of right hand 347.
Yes.
And then Defense Exhibit 348, close-up of left hand.
Yes.
Judge, I'd like to move in Defense Exhibit 339 through 348.
The bailiff's on his phone.
Yep, 339.
Oh, 330.
Correct.
Is there objection? No. See.
Mr. Anderson didn't have any large abrasions or bruises on his body from what you could see, correct?
Not that I observed. I did not observe him changing or anything, but not that I observed. That was what he was wearing during our interview.
But you reviewed all of the documents, right? In this case, the majority of documents in this case.
Majority, yes.
If Mr. Anderson had large abrasions or bruises that were notable, you would assume that an officer or someone would have told you about that.
Yes.
And no one did.
Correct.
The state also talked about the Crime Stopper tips. You talked about a couple of them. I want to go through two others.
The state didn't introduce this evidence because it didn't help their case. There's no injuries that would point to a fight. Whoa, 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 what just happened? Okay, we just very unceremoniously got dumped to the state seal. defense was about to introduce 2 more exhibits. Did you see the last second? The witness, he seemed to like almost be getting up to leave, like something happened. Do we have another like Alex Murdaugh / Daryl Brooks type moment that something just got phoned into the courthouse or something? What is going on here? I'm going to go back and watch this. Let's see. Okay. Let's play it from there. Okay, we're going to play right here. We're going to go back and watch. This is the old video.
Correct.
He reaches for that.
The state also talked about the Crime Stopper tips.
It's just going back and watching what happens here.
We talked about a couple of them.
We did the glug glug sounds.
2 others.
2 others. He's putting his water bottle down. Check the other camera. They're looking at that. We cut back. What happens? Turns to the judge. And he just gets up to leave. I think they got a break. I don't know what else happened. It looks like the witness goes to stand up. Maybe she asked the judge to use the washroom or something. He's been drinking water for a while. Maybe he turned to the judge and just said, "Hey, I'm not a camel." That could be it. This apparently the sound effects that I was doing with the mug might have been heard in the courtroom as well. Everyone needs a little bit of a break. He said, "Can I use the bathroom?" Okay. So we got a quick break while he takes care of business. Judge's wife texts him something urgent. Yeah. Why are there so many camels? Why are there so many camels? He asked, "Can I use the restroom?" Okay.
I'm not a cat.
Let's see. Ed, you're pointing out the interesting terminology. When you go to England, okay, as I did, I learned you don't ask to use their bathroom. The bathroom is where you take a bath. You ask to use their toilet, which seems rather direct. And specific, and we seem to be like, hey, we don't have the details. Come on, spare me the details type thing. But you ask to use their toilet because it's not necessarily the same place where the bath is. Ask to use the bathroom. They're like, no, I just don't let strangers bathe in my house usually. So the washroom is also a term for that. It says, what is he washing? Restroom is more general, a general coverage for that. In Canada, it's a washroom, says Meanie Banana. He's using the loo. We have to use the loo. Do you wash your hands in the toilet? No, Richard. I feel bad that we have to go over these basics with you all. Okay, brief instructions. Everyone, first of all, get your Apple Watch on because it will tell you how long you need to wash your hands. It will let you know when you've washed them sufficiently. Can I use your loo, or where's your bog? Yes, these are all appropriate ways to ask. Spend a penny. Don't they call it a washroom in Wisconsin? Yes, Matthew Harris, they call it a washroom. That's funny. You guys are hilarious. I'm guessing it was an ambush attack and the victim didn't have any chance to defend himself. Sounds like he was moving around trying to avoid the attacker until he finally succumbed to the injuries. I believe there was probably... Blues Pickman 12, I believe there was probably a significant injury initially. And I say that because of the blood and the blood spatter or splatter, depends on how you want to view things, that was around and above the door around his apartment. There was quite a bit of blood around there, so it appears that something went down pretty early on that in that approach, and it most likely began outside or with that open door. Probably when he attacked, when he opened the door. Lisa, thank you very much. The latrine to attend my ablutions. I don't even know. I give up. Lisa, you stumped me on that one. sounds like it was all over the place. There was a lot of blood, and very many. I think the testimony went for quite a while when we were talking about the blood evidence in the apartment, and there were 5 or 6 or 7. I have to go back and check distinct events as far as blood spatter or blood spray or unique directional deposits of blood on the walls and on different objects that indicates there was a significant, violence is probably the best way to say it, even though that was objected to. Second pronunciation was correct. First try, yes. Thank you very much, Lisa. Sadie found the crime scene first. Yes, I forgot about that. Sadie did find the scene first. Went to the door, thought it was soy sauce. Went around to the sliding door, and like pulled open the screen and looked and was like, oh my goodness, yeah, that was crazy. Sadie found it. He was expecting the Facebook dating girl. I think that's why he had his valuables in the freezer. You think? Oh my goodness, Gabrielle, I hadn't thought about that. You think he hid his credit cards and everything because he was, I know it's a sort of crass term. He was hooking up with this individual he had met, probably for the first time, and didn't want anything stolen. She was on the phone at the time. I think she was on the phone with her friend who testified as well. In my opinion, it looks like a bat that was used. And Sherry, the states indicated that they think that there was a bat used, some sort of processed wood, because of some wood bits that they've found on the floor. Debbie says, I say wash. I can say it correctly if I'm concentrating. Otherwise, it's wash. Wash is correct for some people. Thank you, One Man's Pickles. We do have a ton of likes in here. Appreciate you guys. For some reason, I still have the Elmo document, the document page on my screen. I'm looking at purchasing an Elmo myself, I guess. No, we'll skip that for now. Wash your hands in the crick, says Ed. You speak in my language. Real women steal a man's heart, not their wallet, says Danny. I don't know. We're not judging the victim here, so he's not here to defend himself. So I don't want to get too much into that. Tell R.A. Jr. I bought a mug so he can have a treat. Thank you, Mountain Mama. I actually have to go on and make some more pink mugs available. Apparently those are popular. That's what I'm drinking out of today. So we'll see if we can get some more put up there on eBay. Let's see. Crick, Midwestern style. Is crick bigger than a creek? Or is it the same size? That's what I want to know. I think he got surprised and had no chance to defend himself. Zach would have known he had to go at him hard to get a chance to beat him. Probably there was a very sudden attack that gave Zach the advantage. It's the same thing, or smaller. We say crick. Like roof instead of roof. Protect your phone by putting it in the freezer. Apparently, it was I forget who said it in chat, but the idea we put it in the freezer so it doesn't get stolen. No one will look there for the phone. But it was only the credit cards that were taken out of his wallet. The credit cards and his phone. So like his driver's license and assumably any cash that might have been there may not have been. We say creek. I grew up saying creek as well. The crick is in the neck. Water is in the creek, says Weatherwatch. Now it's official. All right. Got just a minute waiting for court to come back here. Let's see. I think we can switch to right here. So we'll watch here. Keep our eye on whatever's happening. MK, I've heard that, but it ended with a more of a cursing order to wipe the seat. I didn't know there was a nice version of that. No fingerprints on the freezer items, not that we were able to recover. The mom did take them out of the freezer, she was the one cleaning the apartment. She found those after the police had already finished and released the crime scene back to her. Leo was seeing a couple women, possibly married. Other tips came in. Doesn't sound like the detective pursued everything. I think they pursued what they thought was important. I'm pretty sure you'll be able to hear in this cross-examination that there were many things that they did not pursue because they didn't think it was great or think it was relevant. His deal was in the freezer. What if he gave her... Oh, the driver's license was in the freezer with the credit card? I heard it was just credit cards, but I must have heard wrong. Have I ever heard anyone refer to a sofa as a Davenport? I have not. Debbie just realized that you say roof instead of roof. Okay. We're waiting for trial to come back as the witness had to go to the little boy's room for a quick break. Maybe he can be more focused now in the questioning now that he's taking care of the business. Let's see. I say Davenport or couch, says Miss L. Davenport's named after the person who made it. Isn't a couch as well, Mr. Couch? Did he not invent those? Or a sofa. What's the difference between a couch and a sofa? Or a settee? These are important questions we're solving here in chat right now. Yeah, Danny, as soon as he comes back, the number one question is, did you wash your hands? So we'll see if we can ask him that when we come back. Oh, do you guys hear that? That's a stereo outside my house. Outside my house, shaking my whole house. Chest of drawers called a Chesterfield. I have not heard that one. You can sit on the couch, but the sofa is for guests. A chaise lounge. Man, so many different things. Why do we have so many words for the same thing? This is frustrating. And we just need one word. Anyone who's trying to learn English goes to all this effort to learn something, and then they go ahead and find out that there's 6 other things that mean the exact same thing. Or depending on the part of the country, we call it something else. It's like you have to learn 5 different languages. A fainting couch. A sofa is always used in advertisements, not advertisements. I think it's advertisements. A couch is a sofa that dogs have sat on. It's downgraded from sofa to couch at that point. English is terrible. It's the worst language in the world. I mean, granted, I don't know any others. Zero. I know nothing else. I know a little bit of French. Got some family that I know a tiny bit of Norwegian. I can probably pick out a few words in Spanish. I know a lot of the bad words in Spanish, but
Hello. Okay, you've been at rest long enough.
We've been what?
At rest long enough.
How do you know that?
I think the judge is flirting with the jury minder.
All right, thank you.
Okay, jury's on the way back down. Okay. A jockey box? Nope, never heard that one. English is the hardest language to learn, probably because we have all these rules, and then every rule has an exception to the rule. That's what makes it so frustrating for people learning the language. The flicker is what the dad calls the remote. I've never heard it called a flicker. I've heard of it called a clicker. Like, where's the clicker? You click the buttons.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
I'm not. This is all relevant, Denny. Everything's relevant. Really bugs me that Sadie's referred to as girlfriend when RG was dating others. Pampered Glamper, I hear you there, but at the same time, Sadie had no idea, according to her testimony, that the victim was dating anyone else. She and the conversations, the text messages they had, she was taking this to the next level. They're moving forward. They're advancing the relationship, and for her, she thought there was something special. There's something there. I'd like to invest more time and effort into this, and she had no clue about anyone else. So from her perspective, they were quite serious, even if from his, it may not have been the case. It's a clicker, says Rando. There, everybody. Calm down. Thank you, Jenny Lynn. Appreciate you doing that. One more example of tough things we have to learn.
Yeah. Muller?
Thank you, John. I'm going to go into the Crime Stopper. Before I do that, I'd shown you the pictures of Mr. Anderson's hands, arms, right?
Yes.
Do you know if anyone took any samples swabbed Mr. Anderson's hands or under his fingernails?
I don't believe so.
So you talked about some of these Crime Stopper reports. There's some that you didn't talk about. I'll show you what was been marked as Defense Exhibit 333. Does this look familiar to you, just kind of how?
Yes, that is, I guess, the typical form, the Crime Stoppers form.
Okay. So this one says that on Kenosha Police Department's Facebook post, a man named Nick Mercer posted a picture of someone saying that person did it. Nick was warned to take the photo down by several people, and then the caller looked and the post was gone. Caller thinks Nick Mercer knows something.
We're just outing random people.
Did you investigate this tip?
So we did look at, that is one that I didn't mention, but we did look at that one. But if I can see. So on the form, if you look at, normally these are double-sided. So on the back side, I don't know if you want to put that up there.
Sure.
So this is what I was indicating in the back. So the person who calls the informant information, do they want to remain anonymous? Yes. Will they talk to the investigating officer? No. And as you can see, it kind of goes down to who it gets referred to. So in these particular cases, there's someone calls in, but there's no way for us to follow up with that person to get that information. So when we did check the Facebook page, it was gone, and now there's no way for us to recontact the the informant or the person who called.
But you'd agree there was information contained in that post where you could have reached out to another individual. You did have a name, right?
Yes.
And did you do that?
I did not.
Show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 334. This is another Crime Stopper report. Correct?
Yep.
And
yes, sorry.
No, you're fine. And this one says that the caller states she saw a white female with dark hair on the balcony of the missing man on the above date and times. Caller states the woman asked her for the time, and she only knows that it was his balcony because it's by the exit door.
Correct.
And this says change date from 5/19 to 5/18, right? I can
on the right.
Yeah.
Yes.
So this one's basically saying that there was someone who saw a female on Mr. Gutierrez's patio area on 5/18.
Yes.
And so this one, too, didn't have any information for you to call back on.
Correct.
But this one still contains information that there was someone near Mr. Gutierrez's apartment outside in the balcony area on May 18th, correct?
Based on what was reported, yes.
It has to move into evidence Defense Exhibit 333 and 334.
Objection? No. Received.
Did you look into the possibility of anyone else being at Mr. Gutierrez's apartment on May 18th, 2020?
No.
The state on direct had asked you about things that could be basically talking about NamUs and other items where if something were to come up regarding Mr. Gutierrez, there'd be platforms that would take that information in. Do you remember that line of questioning?
I don't think you mentioned NamUs. I talked about that he is entered as a missing person. He is entered through NamUs, yes, but also like through the NCIC, we call it basically National Database, or a Crime Investigation, National Criminal Investigation Center, I believe it is, which is a national, I guess it could be a national database for anything. A couple of things would be persons with felony warrants, maybe armed and dangerous type people that you run a license plate, things of that nature. So in that, he's listed as a missing person, yes.
And he's still considered a missing person?
Yes.
Missing person for purposes of the database, but
that's for your recross.
Thanks.
Or redirect.
Okay.
They don't want him to be classified as a missing person in a murder trial. That makes it.
What does Kenosha Joint Services
difficult
do as it
to get a
relates
conviction.
to potential missing persons?
I'm not clear on your question. I don't understand. What do you mean?
Sure, I'll rephrase. Kenosha Joint Services isn't a database for missing persons, correct?
No.
And do you remember telling Kenosha Joint Services that Mr. Gutierrez is still considered missing?
Yeah, so I'm not familiar with so Joint Services is I guess it's an entity within Kenosha County here where we utilize them for things such as our dispatch center as well as our records keeping center. So when we do need stuff that may need to get entered into the database, the NCIC, it goes through them and then they complete the paperwork. I don't know the exact procedures as to what they do. I do know that there is a period of time that they will follow up with missing persons. So I don't know the time frame. I don't know if it's 6 months, a year, 2 years, or et cetera. But there are times where they will follow up with the detective to say, hey, has this person been found? Has this person turned up? Where we have to do maybe a subsequent query on the person to see if maybe there was contact and they just never have been taken out of the system yet. So, they did ask me about Mr. Gutierrez, and I indicated yes.
Yes, he's still considered missing.
Yes.
Okay. And now I'm going to kind of walk through more in a chronological order the things that you did and go into that. Prior to doing that, the Crime Stopper tip that says that an individual was seen on the 18th, do you remember back closer to the investigation, and this was stipulated to by the parties, that there was a resident on May 20th or May 19th, 2020, that a resident of Wood Creek Apartments, the same building Mr. Gutierrez's apartment was in, Lene Douglas, she had provided information to law enforcement that she heard an argument coming from Mr. Gutierrez's apartment on May 18th, 2020. Do you remember getting that information around the time of May 19th, 2020?
So the patrol officers had done a lot of the interviews to the other residents within that building. So I don't remember if I had gotten that information that evening or if it was a day or two afterwards. So I don't remember exactly when I received those reports from those officers.
But again, nothing was investigated as far as someone possibly being in Mr. Gutierrez's apartment on May 18th, 2020.
No.
So on May 19th, 2020, when you arrived at Mr. Gutierrez's apartment, there was a search warrant that was executed.
Yes.
And when a search warrant's executed, the purpose of it is to try to gather as much evidence as possible, right?
That's fair, yes.
And to search in any place where possible evidence could be located.
No. So in this circumstance, yes. However, search warrants are also specific. If I was going to write a search warrant for a rifle, I couldn't go into a shoebox. It has to be applicable to what you're investigating and things of that nature.
But in this case, you said that you would look everywhere, and that's because you don't necessarily know exactly what you're looking for, because you want to find anything and everything possible to be able to provide an explanation to what occurred.
Yes.
And you kind of talked about in other cases, how many search warrants in your entire, approximately in your entire career, have you assisted executing?
A couple hundred.
And have you ever done search warrants for like drug cases?
Yes.
And so, for example, in those type of cases, you'd look in everything, even as small as like cereal boxes and things of that nature.
Yes.
I've got an in-law that was
So
friends
in
with
this
Susan
case,
Powell.
then, why did no one
Sad
go
case.
into
Sad
the refrigerator or freezer?
I can't answer that. I was not involved in the actual search, so I don't think I can answer that completely.
I'm not sure what this guy
Why did
was
I not
involved
go
with.
into the refrigerator is because I was there specifically for the walkthrough, and then our evidence technicians kind of go in and do that work.
And from
I think it's a mischaracterization of the evidence. I believe Officer Anschutz indicated he did go into the refrigerator and freezer. I believe he said he did.
I don't remember that, but
Well, the detective's testimony was correct on the issue about the extent of a search which is conducted pursuant to a warrant. Under the state and federal constitutions, the warrant must explicitly state the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. So his example about looking for a rifle in a shoebox is a good one. The police cannot use a warrant that they obtained to search for a rifle to go into a shoebox to look for it. Now, they can seize items which might be evidence, even of other crimes, if it's in plain sight when they're seeing it, when they're looking for the rifle as the example he gave would be. If they see other things like drugs in open view and that, they can seize those, but they cannot conduct a full-scale search for things that are not particularly authorized by the warrant.
Your Honor, is this going to be on the final?
Any question about that? Okay.
there were also areas that weren't really deeply searched, such as the bathroom and bedroom.
Again, I wasn't there for the complete search, so I can't speak to that.
To your knowledge before, though, you said on direct that those rooms weren't really of concern because there didn't appear to be anything that officers noticed needed to be further looked into.
So based on my walkthrough and my limited time, which was probably maybe 20 minutes, 25 minutes at the most, I did not see that. The officers that were there longer than me and spent hours there, I can't speak on their behalf.
But you didn't have any you don't have any information or knowledge then of that occurring. The search of the bed, you just don't have any knowledge of whether that was done or not because you weren't the officer responsible for that.
Correct, and I wasn't there. I wasn't present.
You did talk about, though, a glove that was recovered in between, kind of in the doorway, in the bathroom, but close to the doorway.
Correct.
And you had said that it could have been one of the first responding officers,
Correct.
but it was never actually determined whom it belonged to.
Correct.
And that wasn't processed for any evidence, to your knowledge.
It was not.
At the time, on May 19th, 2020, do you remember noting in your report that no cell phone was located at the apartment at that time?
Yes.
The state asked you then about some individuals you talked to. There were some other things that you did as well. You personally had looked on Mr. Gutierrez's vehicles to see if there were any tracking devices.
Yes, I did a very brief search. To be honest, it was raining and the ground was wet, so I kind of didn't really get underneath the vehicle and so forth, but I did do a general check at that time, yes.
And you didn't locate any devices?
Correct.
You're also aware that drones did an aerial search of the area, I guess the area immediately west of Mr. Gutierrez's apartment?
Yes, that was conducted by the Kenosha County Sheriff's Department's drone personnel.
And during this time, let's talk about that area a little bit. You'd agree that I think it's about a maybe 2 or 3 block radius of wooded area?
It might, I don't know if it's that big. I'll agree with you without looking at a map, but I don't know if it's that big. That seems to be a little bit bigger than I recollect.
I think it's only, I think it's only like 1 block length. Like if I guess I'll pull up the map that the state used. State, if you'd be so kind. I don't know if that was an electronic exhibit of the map. It's
Okay, we'll say it's between 1 and 3 blocks.
Okay, that's fine. I don't need that picture then. And during that time, there were leaves on the trees, right?
I don't recall. So middle of May, there were probably some.
Okay.
I'll stipulate. I just want to get through this. I've wasted the whole day, but now I want to look like I'm the good guy.
Did you review that drone footage?
I did not.
And no one went to that wooded area and completed a foot search, correct?
I'm not certain if the drone unit personnel did a walk through in the area as well. I'm not. I don't believe they did, but I'm not positive.
And as lead detective, you didn't receive any information or reports concerning that being done?
Correct.
Mrs. R.A. confirmed that.
Do you remember on May
RA is doing
19th,
great.
2020, having a phone conversation with Michael Campbell?
I'm sorry, May 19th?
All the names we throw in this
Yes.
court case are crazy.
Yes.
And do you remember you told him not to do his own investigation?
Yes.
And during that conversation, Michael Campbell had told you that he had spoken to Mr. Gutierrez's mother and that she was the one who provided him with information about Sadie and Mr. Anderson, correct?
I believe so, yes. If I heard in my report.
I have your report. I can show it.
Then
that would help.
Help what? Lisa, we try to get through the slow parts together, and then the good stuff is just great to watch. So glad you're here. Thank you so much. I hate name droppers.
Yes.
She's going to drop every name she possibly can.
Yes, I did put that in my report, yes.
And then after being on scene at Mr. Gutierrez's apartment, was then you headed to Mr. Anderson's house that day, or no?
I did not.
Okay. But you did receive communication from officers who were on scene at Mr. Anderson's home?
What officers?
Sure. Do you remember instructing officers on scene at Mr. Anderson's home not to do anything with the van and that it would then be towed and just be processed by the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
Yes.
Okay. So officers in this case didn't search the van, didn't process the van, that was basically secured to be taken to the crime lab?
As far as secured, you mean locked? So
Like-
over the night hours, as the search warrant progressed and as information, officers on scene in Mequon had looked at the van and saw some other items of concern, we decided to essentially, as indicated before, get a new search warrant and return the following morning. So that night, the property of the defendant was being held by a Kenosha police officer as well as a Mequon officer. So there was an officer on scene all the way through the night into the following morning until other personnel got there.
And so then moving to May 20th of 2020, you had interviewed Neridia Macias on that day, on that morning, correct?
Yes.
And do you remember seeing her phone records and that she called, her last call to Mr. Gutierrez was at 10:10 p.m.?
By phone records, you mean her looking at her phone?
Yeah.
Okay, yes.
By phone records, you mean the records of the phone? Okay, yeah, I'm on board with that. I'm not sure what else you could mean by phone records, but...
You had reviewed Mr. Gutierrez's phone records as well?
Not at that time.
What you have since?
Oh, yes.
And were you aware of the time of the last device event that occurred in that phone, on that phone?
Ms. Macias?
No, Mr. Gutierrez.
I believe it was, well, as far as like the time it turned off, it was like...
No.
Okay, so...
Show you what was marked with the time of 296.
Okay.
What time was that at?
10:10, 44 seconds p.m.
And as an investigator, if there's a device orientation change at a certain time, does that provide any sort of information to you?
So I had actually discussed this with Officer Morton because I wasn't completely familiar with it. And then based on our speaking, essentially the device was moved from, I guess, a portrait to landscape or vice versa.
So the reasonable inference is that someone was in possession of that phone at 10:10 p.m.
That would be an inference, yes.
And that the phone, based on the location data, was at Mr. Gutierrez's residence in that area at 10:10 p.m.
Yes, I believe when we initially got to the scene, we were able to do like an emergency locate on the cell phone. When we do have incidents where we believe somebody is maybe in danger, and I believe they had indicated around, I think it was around 10:30 p.m. that the device was located within a certain radius of 15th Street and I don't recall if it was 29th or 39th Avenue, so which would have been within the radius of Mr. Gutierrez's residence, yes.
Okay, so just back to my last question then. At 10:10 p.m. on May 17th, 2020, the information you had was that the phone was in that area.
Correct.
when did you know, you did that check with, it was Verizon, correct?
I believe it was Verizon, yes.
You did that on May 19th, 2020.
Yes, I think we did that probably within the first couple of hours.
But you didn't search everywhere possible for that phone knowing it was in that area.
So that doesn't mean that it's in the area. It means that's the last location. If that phone was turned off and taken to Door County, I guess we wouldn't know where it was. It just means that it last had a ping in that area.
Now he's getting frustrated.
After interviewing Ms. Macias, you assisted in the search of Mr. Anderson's residence that was going on May 20th, 2020.
I did not. So I did limited as far as searching goes. I wasn't, because of, I guess, for all the moving parts that was going on that day with the different agencies. I was primarily with Sergeant Bandy doing a lot of logistical stuff and kind of doing like checklists of what needs to be done, and things of that nature. I did partake in what we call a line search. So because this property was about 4 acres, in a line search, you basically line up approximately arm's length across, and you kind of systematically go up and down the property in one direction or another to look for any potential items of evidence. So I did an exterior on that line search. As far as the residence and barns, I did not do I wasn't the main person to do those searches.
And you'd agree that a line search is a very thorough way to search a property?
Yes.
And you did not find anything of evidentiary value doing that line search?
I did not.
And you also did not observe any signs of freshly moved soil?
Correct.
And you also noted that the area that the grass area was pretty wet and muddy?
Yes.
So that if a vehicle had driven up into any grassy area, that there would have been fresh marks that you would have seen?
Yes.
And you didn't observe anything of that sort?
Correct.
We talked, and the state showed you the pictures that on that date you had observed the multiple trash bags that were on the side of the barn.
Yes.
Were you able to determine the size of those trash bags?
No.
Okay. They weren't extremely large, correct?
They were not.
They could be 13-gallon size?
City doesn't.
I think.
Well, we went down the wrong road and this is pretty common. You use terms like extremely large. Well, what does that mean?
Yeah.
The question now is, could it have been 13 gallon? And was there an answer? There's an objection. I know they see it in there. I don't think the prior question exhausted the topic, so the objection's overruled.
So the question is, could it be? So I do not know the exact size. It could be a 10-gallon, it could be a 13-gallon, it could be 18-gallon. It definitely wasn't a 50-gallon, so it could have been that size.
Okay. You also reviewed, on that day, you reviewed basically screenshots and still frames, photos that were taken from the Walmart surveillance videos?
Still shots? Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you could observe what Mr. Anderson was wearing in those? And it was a black hoodie or a dark hoodie, a white shirt, and jeans, flip-flops?
Yes.
And did you search for that black hoodie?
I believe we have the black hoodie in evidence. I believe during our evidence review, we reviewed it.
Okay. Was there any blood on that black hoodie?
Not that I observed.
Okay. And there doesn't, and there doesn't appear from the still frames and the photos that you could see that Mr. Anderson had any blood on his clothes.
From the Walmart video?
From the Walmart video.
No.
And then also in that video, the state pointed out like where Mr. Anderson had been parked, and he was in fact parked next to a white vehicle, correct?
Yeah, the white vehicle was the one closer to the store. Yes.
And there were other vehicles that were parked just the same distance as Mr. Anderson in other rows of the parking lot, correct? I can pull up that exhibit if that would help.
I would agree that there were other cars in that area of the parking lot.
Okay. So it wasn't as if Mr. Anderson was parked extremely remotely, far away from everyone else in that parking lot.
I guess all I'm able to say is that there were other cars in that area. I know that some businesses, they have their employees park at a different area, so I can't say if those are shoppers, if those are employees, but there were other vehicles in that general area, yes.
Okay, and the windows, you were able to observe the windows on Mr. Anderson's van? You saw them? You've seen them?
Oh, yes.
Not there at Walmart that day,
Yes, I
but
thought you meant,
in
sorry.
general. No, I apologize. And they're not tinted, correct?
No.
So if you're standing, you can see right through them.
Defense is going to make this Walmart murder trip look
Yes.
like a cultivation cleanup trip instead. And they're doing a good job of that. Seeing the garbage bags. Could have been for the weed.
Had on May 22nd, 2020, received Mr. Gutierrez's rental agreement from Wood Creek Apartments. Or I think actually you reviewed it.
Are they going
It might have been taken from Detective Howard.
Yeah, I don't believe that would be more accurate, yes.
And in that, did you note and see that Mr. Gutierrez had an email address, rosaliog@gmail.com?
I don't recall.
In your investigation, you had only done a search warrant for a single one of Mr. Gutierrez's emails, correct?
Yes, the iCloud.
The iCloud. So any other email accounts that he had, you did not do a search on?
Correct.
And in that regards too, from Mr. Gutierrez's records, you were aware that he was on a handful of dating websites?
I believe so, yes.
I think the two main ones were Facebook dating and then Zoosk, Z-O-O-S-K. I think that's how you say it. I wouldn't know. Did you?
I'll take your word for it.
Okay. Did you get a subpoena or search warrant for the records from Zoosk?
No.
And that could have potentially included information of people he was talking to around this time frame of May 17th, 2020?
Calls for speculation.
I guess it potentially could have. There are also other individuals within the phone and the messaging and so forth that he was talking to as well, yes.
But you'd agree that with certain applications or certain social media platforms that data might not be on a phone, that you'd have to get a separate search warrant for that platform in order to see the messages? I can kind of give you an example. You're familiar with the social media Kik platform?
I'm familiar with it, but I don't have it, yes.
Yeah, and in your investigations, that's something where that data isn't going to show up on the messaging in a phone. You'd have to get the data from that particular platform.
So I'm familiar with the app. I'm not familiar, I don't believe I've ever written a search warrant for Kik, so I'm not familiar with what their response is.
But just in general, in your experience as a detective, that there are platforms that you have to complete a search warrant for in order to get the communication and the data, because that's not contained on the actual device.
I believe so. However, oftentimes there are, within that Celebrite, those applications will also have information related to those chats. So I can't say for certain that that's definitely possible, that some you have to definitely, reach out to them, but I don't think that's true for all of them.
So back to this case then, you didn't see in Mr. Gutierrez's Cellbrite download any messages or a folder, a section that was relating to Zeusk dating?
Correct.
So none of that information was on there. If you wanted to have seen what that platform contained, you would have had to seek an additional warrant.
Yeah. Yes.
On May 27th, 2020, do you remember confirming with the fire department that up in Ozaukee County that there was a called-in controlled burn at the Anderson Tree Farm on May 8th, 2020?
I'm going to object to relevancy about the Anderson Tree Farm and whether they had a burn there. We presented no evidence that anything was found at the Anderson Tree Farm, so it's irrelevant what happened at the incident. That there was a burn.
I don't know whether it's part of the defense presentation.
Correct. Just because the state didn't bring it up doesn't mean it's not relevant.
Is it Ozaukee or Sheboygan County?
Might be Sheboygan.
I think that's Sheboygan County. You said the fire department. I'm sorry. Was I?
Yeah, that you can.
I don't know if. I don't believe that it was. I believe the fire department responded, and ultimately it was determined it was a controlled burn. I don't know if it was. I don't recall it being them calling and saying they're having a controlled burn. Because if that was the case, I don't know why the fire department would have responded. So I don't recall the order, but definitely the fire department responded, and ultimately it was determined to be a controlled burn.
Okay. And there had been no other information that there was an additional fire after that one?
I'm not able to determine that. I believe Agent Hammer was there, so I can't speak to that.
Because
Matthew,
you don't
I know
have
you've
any
been in
information that occurred. That a subsequent fire occurred. You don't have any information about that.
Well, that isn't actually what you asked him.
Oh, sure. I'll just rephrase it and ask it again.
You asked about information from the fire department. This question inquires about a fire, which it may be likely is related, but it's not the same question.
After the fire department told you about the controlled burn, in your investigation, you did not have any other information that there was a fire subsequent to that?
The absence of information from him is irrelevant.
I'll just move on, Judge. You had gone to the Greenview Tree Farm, also known as the Anderson Tree Farm, on May 27th, 2020.
Yes.
And after doing a search there, I know you may not be completely involved in that, but there was nothing of evidentiary value located at the tree farm.
Yeah, so there were multiple items of evidence that were collected, but ultimately, nothing that we believed was directly associated to the incident.
Okay. You also then, on the next day, May 28th, 2020, assisted or were located, I don't know the extent that you assisted, but at the residence of Susan Brown Williamson at 3009 Cedar Beach Road?
Correct.
And you did not locate anything of evidentiary value there, correct?
Correct.
And that's the place that you believe Mr. Anderson was the morning of May 18th, 2020.
Based on the phone records, that is where the phone was. So I don't believe that. I believe based on the information that we've been provided and the facts of his cell phone, yes.
And that would have been after Mr. Anderson went to Walmart, he then went there.
Correct.
And the state had kind of walked you through it. I just want to do it again and clearer, is that the Walmart, the Saukville Walmart is, what is that, 43? What is that, 43? Is right off the Saukville exit of 43, right?
I didn't go there personally. I'm not familiar with it.
Okay. But as far as where Susan Brown Williamson's house is, it's just further north. You'd have to take 43 further north and then exit off of 43, correct?
Correct.
You talked about the burn pits at Mr. Anderson's, the burn pit at Mr. Anderson's home. You talked about the buttons that were located. On the jeans, there's only one, on Mr. Anderson's jeans that he was wearing on May 19th, there's only one button, correct? It's a button and zipper close. I can pull out the exhibit if you need.
Do we have an overview of the jeans?
He's like, he doesn't want to look at the guy's pants.
Otherwise, I can definitely open them back up.
I think there was the close-up that the state had taken. I can't remember. Was it a...
There was a photograph.
There was a photo up there somewhere. State's Exhibit 223. I'll hand it to you. Should be looking at it that way.
Yes.
Okay, so one button and then zipper.
Yes.
And then at Mr. Anderson's home, in the burn pit, in the fire pit, you didn't find any human remains?
I did not partake in that search. DCI or Wisconsin Department of Criminal Investigations primarily did that, and I wasn't involved in the sifting, but I've not been made aware of, and at the time, that any human remains were located.
You were provided an item that was listed as a piece of glass, possibly an eyeglass.
Correct.
And do you remember taking that to someone?
Yes.
And it was determined that it was not from an eyeglass, correct?
Correct.
You also reviewed Mr. Anderson's email records from MATC?
Correct.
And you didn't locate anything relevant to the investigation there?
That is correct.
I talked about the Cellbrite report for Mr. Gutierrez. When you reviewed that, you didn't locate any contact associated with Mr. Anderson, correct?
For Mr. Gutierrez?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Wait, there was no contact, like text messaging, phone calls, etc.?
Emails.
Correct.
On cross, she gets to lead quite a bit. That's just one of the privileges of being on cross. So she uses that quite frequently.
In your investigation, you were interested in obviously getting to know information about Mr. Gutierrez, correct? Like,
can you be more specific?
Sure. You had asked, you were trying to find out information about Mr. Gutierrez's biological father.
This feels irrelevant. So this area of inquiry feels irrelevant. So
I don't know. The objections are ruled.
So that information was being sought for DNA comparison. So I believe that was requested by the state crime lab, that if they had a sample from the father, that would help with them, or that would help them. But then also that sample could also be sent to NamUs as well.
And you were unable to locate any addresses or contact information of Mr. Gutierrez's father, nor could you locate his father at all?
Objection. It's irrelevant whether you can find someone's
Are
biological
we headed
father.
somewhere?
No, this is the end of the inquiry.
It's irrelevant
That
then.
isn't exactly what I asked.
It is heading somewhere as far as the defense presentation.
Well, towards the ending. A little bit more.
Sure. So in this particular case, because Mr. Gutierrez was considered missing, you had to build a DNA profile, basically, from items. So you gathered, I'll rephrase it, you gathered samples from Mr. Gutierrez's son and mother, and also was trying to attempt to get something from Mr. Gutierrez's biological father.
Yeah, are you able to tell me the date on that report?
I can give it to you if that would help.
Okay.
He doesn't want to find it. Just tell him the date and he'll say, yeah, it's fine. It's leading, but it's on cross, so it's allowed.
So I apologize, Judge. I thought that we had one question.
Okay.
Are we?
About what?
I thought we had one question on this area, and my objection was relevance, and I think we're on the third question at this point.
Well, she said she was headed towards the end, and in a moment of weakness, I let her ask additional questions.
Moment of weakness.
Says she's headed towards.
The judge keeps eyeing the clock.
Yeah, and I apologize. I thought you wanted me to lay
apologize.
more of a foundation.
So this report that I generated was April of 2021, so it's about a year now, almost, after the event. So at some point, our investigation turns from a missing person investigation to possibly a deceased person who we just haven't found. Aside from all the efforts that we made, we just couldn't find. So by obtaining that profile, if human remains are found, I guess, anywhere, and those remains are sent to NAMUS for DNA profiles, or I don't know how exactly they determine that, there will be a profile, in which case they would possibly get a match of that DNA.
And so you, though, were unable to locate Mr. Gutierrez's father then?
Okay, this has been asked and answered. It's irrelevant.
You had information in your investigation that a close family member of Mr. Gutierrez also was off the radar, could not be found, correct?
Oh, come on, Judge.
That sounds kind of irrelevant.
It's not as far as their investigation
Well,
into other...
yeah, I think that
So it's in the family history. People go missing all the time.
You reached the end.
You reached the end.
So I'm asking that question and answer be stricken. Whether
There wasn't an answer, was there?
No.
Well, the entire suggestion that to a jury that something, an unfinished investigation or an investigation for an entirely different purpose about a relative should be in some way parallel
Well,
here.
there's no
is
evidence
improper.
on that whatsoever, so it's nothing in the case, okay? Any question? Okay.
Oh my goodness. We want it stricken. Stricken, struck, and
You
strummed.
had
all
talked,
the other
one
things.
last thing that I wanted to follow up on, two things. Did you investigate anyone at all, not specific people, but anyone who might have owed Mr. Gutierrez money?
Objection irrelevant who he owed money to.
Overall.
No, it was the other way. The question was, might have owed him money.
Well, Mr. Campbell.
There were other individuals, though, that could have been, and without going into names, there were other people that Mr. Gutierrez owed money to that weren't investigated?
There was one other individual that I had seen in I believe it was the text messaging portion of it, that it was like a $60. But as far as a large sum of money that he owed money to, I don't recall that at all.
question was that owed him money. Did I hear that wrong? And he's answering people that he owed money. Come on, Judge. Yeah, it's too quiet on that one, Sharon. I wish that sound was a little louder. We just have air conditioner noise. I might be able to edit it out with some software, but one more question, maybe?
I'm going to object and ask the court to review this and just determine if it's relevant before it's presented to the jury.
Outside the presence of the jury.
Well, we can either break for the day, or you can go upstairs and wait an hour while
Judge, all we're doing is asking that you review it.
Well, no, you're going to have redirect anyway, no?
Yeah,
Be honest.
I am, but I think we still could finish unless the jury needs to be out of here. I mean, I don't expect it to be lengthy.
He asked for them to leave.
The point is, though, that if the detective is going to be here anyway, what's the rush? If you're going to have
what's the rush? We're not
going to hear a redirect.
We have all summer, right?
That's guaranteed.
Can we just finish cross, though, before we break for the day? So we don't have to remember where we are tomorrow?
We don't want to beg, Judge, but we are kind of begging here. So my question is that relevant? So the court sees the date on it, please.
Yeah, that's kind of irrelevant to me. But just so the record is clear, what did you give me?
Defense Exhibit 332.
Irrelevant.
Irrelevant. You're talking about stuff that is not relevant. It was a text message chain.
Just one last
I bet it was
follow-up.
juicy, too.
You had talked about audio recordings that you reviewed that appeared to be contained voices consistent with Miss Beecham, her daughter, and Mr. Anderson.
Correct.
There were no recordings that included Mr. Gutierrez, correct?
Audio recordings?
Correct.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Nothing further, subject to recross.
All right.
End of day.
Shall we break? Let's not talk about the case overnight. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. Don't even discuss the case with another juror or a member of your household. And how about 9 o'clock tomorrow? Is that all right?
He says that like it's a new idea. It's 9 o'clock every day.
Anything else? All right. Goodbye.
Okay, jury's headed out, which means we're close to leaving as well. While you're here, before you leave, I would say if you just stumbled across this channel and the algorithm blessed you to see this on your timeline, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Honestly, I appreciate those who are just lurking or just hanging out, even if you haven't said anything in chat. If you do like what you see, I would love it if you hit the subscribe button and come back again another day. And maybe one day talk to us and say something in chat. Say hello, maybe ask a question or provide a comment. And then, it could lead, maybe one day you call me on the burner phone. We have a great conversation in front of everybody. You never know how this is going to end. But thank you very much for being here. This has been a slower day. I was expecting something much more spicy. We went from 120 miles an hour yesterday to snail's pace today. But we are right at the very end. We've got a little redirect and then recross, and those are going to be shorter, much shorter, because it's limited to the scope of what the other side talked about. And we've got those for this witness. That'll start tomorrow, and then it's going to be defense. So most of the Friday, I imagine we're going to have defense putting on their case. We're going to have 2 witnesses that we know of for sure from the jail, 2 inmates currently incarcerated. That's going to be exciting. You don't want to miss that. And then you never know, the DA might be called to testify. Which would be funny, just because they can. I think they might play that card just because they can. Let's see. Anybody else? Don't forget to order more pink mugs. I will do that as soon as we wrap up here, for sure. Yeah, we're done. It feels like a break. It's been like a whole week of trial today, for some reason. It's been a long one. Let's see. Lovely. Lisa, good to have you here. Appreciate you. I'm subscribed to be here tomorrow. Wonderful. Excited to do that. What a normal day of court it's been today. Yes, really. We've been spoiled, the Alliard. We have been spoiled with just cases that have been bizarre and crazy and circuses and really high in the entertainment value. A lot of times trials are not like that. This is not normal. Unfortunately, the next trial we watch, whatever that may be, I guess, well, if it's the ice cream trial, it will be really spicy. But the next one might not have as much entertainment value as some of these have. But Kutch says, so far I'm in the reasonable doubt side. Jason Light admitted to being an addict, as well as, let's see, a couple other people. Julianne Wright as well. Thank you so much. Appreciate you guys clicking the subscribe button. Kick back, taking it easy. Are they definitely not televising Vallow Daybell case? Right now, they are not. That's all I can say. The judge has said no cameras, and that's where they're at so far. Murdaugh was perfection? No, it was not perfection. It had 2 weeks of financial stuff that was sheer HE double hockey sticks. Right? It was miserable. It was miserable to be there. Anyway, whoa. Don't want that. Let's see. How would this judge have handled Brooks? Differently for sure. I think he probably would have cracked down on him because he has a bit of a snap to him when he gets pushed in the corner. He pushes back. Who knows? We've been having spicy cases. We might have more spicy cases. All right. Just know tomorrow is Friday. It'll be Friday all day long. No Pants Friday. Apparently, we've got a couple other things. It will be St. Patrick's Day. St. Patrick's Day is happening as well. So wear green. I think I have some green to wear. I'll have to look. Let's see what else is happening. Oh yes, we've got the podcast Friday night. Weather Watch and I, Thomas and I, have our podcast. It will be at 8 p.m. on Friday night on this channel. It's going to be a little different than what you're seeing here. It's not going to be much crime related, but it's more just funny news stories and two guys that are good friends just kicking back and batting stories around and having a good time with chat, because it's a live show where you can participate that way. So if you like the community here and the banter and the talk, I think you will love the podcast. So put that on your schedule if that's the thing. Don't tell people about No Pants. Sorry, it's too late. I already did. No Pants. I'm in honor of Friday. I'm celebrating No Pants Friday today as well.
Are we going to address that?
I'm wearing shorts. Not sure if you can see my shorts there. Let's see. Wisconsin can be proud. They have William Brown, the Museum prosecutor.
Back, taking it easy.
I was kicked back, taking it easy in front of the Walmart.
In front of the Walmart.
Yep. Friday is fun day. It is. Every day is No Pants Day in my house, says MCAT. That's awesome. Let's see. Wear green. We're getting way too much information about people not wearing pants in chat. We're just going to skip on past that. Got some TGIFs. Time to get a drink and relax. Awesome. We've been celebrating St. Paddy's Day for over a week. That's exciting. Do they still have Shamrock Shakes? I haven't seen them here. I haven't seen anyone that has them either. The podcast is very funny on Friday night with RA and Weather Watch. Awesome, Suzanne. Glad you find it that way. That'll be good. Okay. We're going to wrap up. Honestly, I've got to go do like a concussion protocol with little RA, who's now not feeling too good, and we've got to make sure he's good. So I'm going to focus on that and let you guys go. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place, 9 a.m. in the morning, to follow this trial as we anticipate for sure tomorrow. The defense will start their case. The state's going to rest. So I think that's all. If you need more legal content until we return on Monday, or sorry, on tomorrow morning, just about give you guys a long weekend. If you need more legal content, check out Matthew Harris's channel. Also, if you're lost in this trial, which most of us are or have been at one point or another, I also recommend going over to Brandy Churchwell. You can search Brandy Churchwell on YouTube and check out her channel. She has some great content she's released on this that really sums up sort of the highlights of everything that's happened. I'm going to go check out her latest video as soon as this is done as well. And that's going to be awesome as well.
About stuff that is not relevant.
That was me trying to hit the music button. Instead, I hit Judge Manning. There we go. Let's see. For little RA, yes, he's going to be all right. We'll get him checked out. All right, there's Brandy. Thank you very much, Matthew, for sharing Brandy's channel as well. And Weather Watch, awesome. I appreciate it. You guys, when you go home tonight, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. Please stay safe till we go live again. It's going to be tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. The first person in chat when we open up the chat room, which happens before it actually goes live. So as soon as you get the notification that it's going to be live, the first person in chat wins the internet for the day until we go live again. It's a privilege, it's an honor, it's a duty. Everyone has a responsibility at some point or another to win the internet. So please take turns doing that, and you'll do great. It's awesome. You can add it to your resume, and I'll vouch for you. Honestly, put me on your resume, and I'll honestly talk to any employer who calls and tell them that you handled the internet, and tell them how you did. So make sure you do a good job as well, because I have to tell the truth as well. So thank you, everybody. This is so much fun. This is the best place on the internet to watch true crime, and it's all because of you guys. I appreciate you guys. Please stay safe. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Out of here.